Hi, it's Jeannie from Loving Hands ASMR. Hi, dear ones. How are you doing? Hmm. Hi. How are you? Hmm. It's Jeannie from Loving Hands ASMR. I'm so glad to see you. Hmm. See my pretty candle? Hmm. It doesn't make enough light though to light me up, so I set it over here while we're together. How are you? I'm so glad to see you. You know what? Today I had a little bit of a technical difficulty. Well, let's say a lot of a technical difficulty. Normally, I'll show you in a minute, but normally what I do is I come and see you on my tablet. I record with my tablet, and it looks like this when I record. It's got a little keyboard, and I set it up like this on some books. But today I'm trying an experiment. I'm trying to broadcast on my phone, so we'll see how that goes, okay? I'm gonna have to make sure I get everything just right. Hi, Joe, it's good to see you. How are you? Hmm. I'm so glad you could join me. Hmm. Yeah. Well, we had a little excitement. For some reason, I forgot to charge my tablet. I think it's something's going on with it. We'll have to see. Hmm. I'm doing well. Hmm. I'm so glad you could join me. Hmm. It's beautiful out today. I'm going to write down what time it is. I started at about 7 a.m. So this is going to be the first time I ever record on my phone. So we'll see how it goes. Hmm. How are you doing? Hmm? Peeps is here. Peeps wants to say hi. Can you say hi, Peeps? Yeah? There. Peeps likes to say hi. I did. I got plenty of sleep. Now I'm not sure how we're going to do this so we can see Peeps. We've got to adjust a little bit, okay? Oh, now remember, I have no idea what I'm doing with this. Let's see, there we go. Well, I think we'll just have to hold Peeps up for us. Hmm, yeah. Exactly. He says, I'm doing good. Gotta stop and say hi, but mine's supposed to call me. Well, if it ain't my favorite live streamer. Hi. Hi, Onyx. Guess what? This is the first time I've ever live streamed on my phone. Normally I live stream on my tablet. I have this tablet that I've been using, and this is funny, but I set it on a stack of books, and it looks like this. It's got a keyboard, and so I hold it at an angle and stack it on books, and I've been doing that from the beginning, just because it was the only way I knew how. So I'm kind of learning as I go. So I'm not sure about the picture, like how it's working, but at least I can see all the messages. How are you doing, Onyx? How is the day there? Peeps says hi, Onyx. Peeps is saying hi. I hope the weather's good there. It's very rainy here where I live. I live on an island right outside of Seattle, Washington on the West Coast. and it's been very rainy. Okay, peeps are gonna have to get all cozy. Are you all cozy? Can you get your pillow all cozy around your head? Maybe you have blankets that you can curl up with, get all cozy. I'm in my studio on my day bed, and I'm very cozy. Mm. I'm so glad you could join me. Mm. Hi, Robert. How are you? How is it going? Mm. Mm. Aldov, you know what? I don't smoke. Nope, I don't smoke. Mm. I don't smoke and I don't do drugs. Nope. But I hope you have a lovely day. Hey, if you hit like and subscribe, it'll really help. Then whenever I go live again, you can meet up with me. Hit notifications too, and then YouTube will tell you when I go live. Hi, how are you? Onyx says, I'm just popping by. I need to run some errands, but I will pop back in. Thank you so much, Onyx. I hope you have a lovely day and safe journeys doing all your errands. I'm thinking about you. Sending love and hugs. Well, today I thought we could read some of the Bible, some of the Psalms, and I also have the Secret Garden. So I'm going to be reading from the Secret Garden. It'll be nice. Yeah. Oh, let's see. Got a little something in the eye there. So this is going to be a big change for me doing the phone. We'll see how it goes, okay? I think I, quite frankly, prefer the tablet because it gives a bigger picture. But we'll see. Every once in a while, peeps will pop in. Bye, Onyx. Have a lovely day. I'm so glad you could drop by and say hi. Well, let's see. Does anybody have any prayer requests? Can you think of something you'd like prayer for? If you have a prayer request, you go ahead and stick it in the chat and I will pray for you. I have over here my prayer journal and I write all the prayers in it and I pray for you in the morning and in the evening. Yep. Or whenever I think of you. And I think of you a lot, Onyx. I think of you a lot, Joe Edwards. I pray for you a lot. Yep, your names are written in my book. But you know what's more important? Is if your name is written in the book of life that Jesus has. Yes. Peace on earth, there's a prayer. What a beautiful idea, Joe. Thank you. Hi, Juanita. How are you? I'm so happy to see you. It's good to see you, Anita. Do you know what happened, Anita? I usually come to you on my tablet, but for some reason I plugged in my tablet and it wouldn't work. So I think maybe it didn't charge all the way. So I'm trying an experiment, Anita. I'm trying to live stream on my phone, so we'll see how it goes. But I can see all the messages at the bottom and I don't have to switch back and forth, so maybe I'll get used to it. I'm not sure, but we'll see. See, this is what my tablet looks like, and I had to set it up like this on a stack of books to be able to live stream. And that's what I've been doing. So you know how it is when you do something you're not used to. If you change, it's kind of different. So we'll see how it goes. How are you doing, Juanita? How has your day been? And how is my favorite kitty, Simba? Hmm? Simba is my favorite kitty. She's orange and beautiful. I think he might be a boy, but yeah, I think Simba's a boy kitty. But he's orange and beautiful, and he gets the zoomies. He likes to go zoom, 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 back and forth in Anita's house. And my favorite part about him is he's squishy like a big loaf of bread. Mm. Yeah, yes, exactly. I can see the messages and I don't have to use a separate device. But it looks smaller, so it's a little bit different. So you know how when you do something different, it takes a little bit of time to adjust to it. So I'm trying something new today. Hmm. Anita says, I'm good and my day is going good so far. Yeah, I can see everything on this. On the tablet, I can see everything, but for some reason, I'm not able to see the messages on my tablet. But Peeps is here. He's snuggling down in the covers. Mm, he's here. Mm, yeah. Let's see how we do with the light. I'm not sure what's better. You tell me. Do you like that better? Or is this better? It's a different place. See, the light is different. Hmm. I'm going to try that for a little bit. We'll see. Hmm. Oh, Peeps, look. Look. Anita says hi. Can you say hi, Peeps? Yeah. Hmm. He likes you, Anita. Yeah. Hmm. Peeps is our friend. Well, Peeps is going to get all snuggy down here. And see in this one, let's see if I can adjust it just a little bit so you can see Peeps. There he is, all snuggy. Let's see if we can adjust it a little bit more. There you can see Peeps. Yeah, it's kind of funny. It's raining outside right now where you live, Anita. Yeah, it's raining where I live too. Right outside my window, I can hear the rain. Mhm. I have a little bit of there. My ear was plugged for a little bit. Mhm. Well, the rain is nice. The rain is misty, and sometimes it comes down in sheets, really, really heavy. Sometimes if I just go from my car to my house, run really quick, I even get so wet. Mhm. I'm doing good. Hmm. Oh, the rain is beautiful. It sounds so beautiful. I'm doing good and I'm so glad you're here. And I got myself a cup of tea over here. Gonna have a cup of tea and be all cozy. It's so good and so cozy. How about you? Can you get a cup of tea or a cup of cocoa and get all snuggy with us? Mm. Ah, I love chamomile tea. It's very, very cozy. Mm. Feels really good to drink tea on a cold day when it's raining outside. I like to get snuggy with my tea. Mm. It's very fun. Put it over there on my shelf. Mm. Mm. She says, I'm drinking carbonated water with lime flavor. Oh, that's yummy. I really like to take a full glass of water and just put a little bit of one of those carbonated waters in it. I like lime and lemon and cherry and grapefruit. And I know grapefruit, usually I don't like it, but if I just stick a little bit in the water, it tastes good. I love the way those carbonated waters smell. Did you know that they use fruit esters to make them smell so good and taste so good? That's how they can do it without any calories. It's really good for you too. Mm. Yeah. Mm. I'm so happy you all are here. Mm. I always mess up my lipstick when I drink my tea. Mm. Yeah. Well, Peeps is here, and he's so happy you're here. Yeah. And oh my goodness, Juanita, I saw the beautiful Simba that Winsome Cat knit for you. It's so pretty. Isn't it beautiful? It looks like Simba Cat, doesn't it? It's pretty exciting. Ooh, you have one in the fridge that's lemon flavor? Yummy. Nice. I don't know if you can get it where you are. I'm gonna have to think of the bottles, what it's called. Oh goodness. For some reason I can't think of it, but here where I live you can get the waters in little cans, or you can get them in a great big 2-liter bottle. And there's a brand that I like. I'll have to think on it if I remember the name of the brand. But it's really nice because then you can use the bottles for other things. That's what I do. You bought 2 bottles, but one is in the fridge. Yeah. Oh, it is adorable, isn't it? You know what? Winsome Cat and I were keeping secrets from you. She told me she was working on it, and it was so funny because yesterday we were talking about it in the stream, and I said, Renita's getting ready to come back at any minute. You better erase your messages. And she erased her messages, and then you came right back. And we were just sitting there going, la, 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 la. And then you're like, what are we talking about? We're like, we're reading The Secret Garden. It was so funny. But it was a happy secret. It's okay to have happy secrets and happy surprises. And you know what? She sent me a picture and an email of him, and he is so adorable. And I love the yarn that she used. It's so pretty. Oh, it's not Perrier, but Bubbly. The Bubbly is the canned one that I get. Sometimes I get their lemon lime or their grapefruit. Bubbly is the only brand of grapefruit that I like because I only add a little bit to my water. Like I'll show you what I mean. Like say this is a great big glass of plain water, right? I have a purifier, so I put it in a pitcher from the tap, and I purify it. But let's say this was my water, then I would have a can of Bubbly, and I would just add just a little bit, and it flavors the whole thing. I do that because I stretch it out further. And then the other one, I want to say it's called Talking Rain, but I might be wrong. It comes in a great big bottle, a 2-liter bottle. Yeah, I think there's another name for it. I'll have to think on it. Next time I go to the grocery store, I'll take a picture of it so I'm sure I know the name. Or I'll look, maybe in my pantry I have one. I used to always keep 1 or 2 bottles of the big 2-liter because my family, I had lots of kids and they liked it. And what we used to do is we used to take fruit juice and add about a fourth a cup of fruit juice to a glass, and then add water, and then add some of the bubbly water at the top. And we would take like raspberries, like the one that I was thinking of comes in raspberry, and my daughter really liked raspberry. So what I would do is I'd freeze blackberries or raspberries, and then I would put like this much of blackberry or raspberry juice in the glass. Then I'd fill the rest of the way with water. Then I add a little bit of the bubbly water and a couple of frozen raspberries or blackberries. And you'd be surprised at how good it is. So we were trying to not drink high fructose corn syrup. We were trying not to have, um, soda. Mm. So it wasn't that. It was more for health reasons. But it's really refreshing if you have a cold, icy cold drink that's bubbly. It's very refreshing. Mm. Yeah. Let's see what you say. Sometimes I'm going to have to look really close. He is loafing in a box, and he is using the side of the box as a chin rest. Oh, gosh. You're going to have to take some pictures of him, and then maybe you can post them on your channel. And I was thinking about what you said yesterday about your channel and about them wanting your phone number. And the reason they want your phone number is because you're broadcasting from that phone number. And so what I did a little research, and what it means is you can have 2 channels per device or per phone number. So that's why, because they asked me for my phone number when I signed up. I had to look up, what and see what that meant. So it's not like anybody's going to get it or call you. Mm. Just so you know. Mm. Yes, Winsome Cat is so talented. Here she is now. Hi, Winsome Cat. We were just talking about you. Guess what? We were talking about the beautiful Simba kitty that you knitted. Oh my goodness, I saw Simba kitty in your email, and he is so cute. Just adorable. Adorable. Oh, and speaking of adorable, Peeps wants to say hi to Winsome Cat. Say hi. Yeah. There she is. Guess what, Winsome Cat? We're trying something new. I'm going to show you why. Just a minute. So normally, all the times I've ever live streamed, I've always live streamed off my tablet. And this is my tablet. See how it has a magnetic keyboard that attaches? So when I live stream, I set it up like this because the camera's up at the top, and I have it at an angle on a box. So that's why sometimes I couldn't see the messages except for on my phone. So today when I went to live stream, I couldn't get my tablet to work. I don't know if it's locked. I know the combination, and I kept typing the combination in, but it wouldn't unlock. So I'm wondering if it's because, I don't know if I can it won't reach up here, but I have a cable for my phone and a cable for my tablet, and the cable, at the end of the cable, it frayed. So I wonder if I had it charged in for like 10 hours, and usually it only takes like 4 or 5 hours to charge. Anyway, I think maybe something went wrong, so I thought, oh dang, I'm not going to be able to live stream. And then my friend said I could use my phone. So I went through all the little steps, and I did it on my phone, and I wrote in my description and my title, and then I digged around in my closet and found my I think it's called a tripod. And then the funny thing is, I had to figure out how to turn the tripod so it would do long ways. Isn't that silly? So it looks different for me because on the, oh gosh, on the tablet it makes a bigger picture so I can see everything. And I don't know if you can see Peeps. Peeps for me, Peeps looks like he's way down low here. So we'll see how it goes. This is my first time trying the cell phone. Hugs to you. Here you go. Oh, she says, here you go, Jeannie and Winsome Cat. Ice cream. Oh, I love ice cream. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. A new skill unlocked. So I hope it works. Does it look any different from last time? I mean, does it look okay for you on your phone? Like, one good thing is we can get the little dove, if I can get my hand up there, I can get the little dove in there. The dove is the symbol of the Holy Spirit, so the little dove is there. And I still got the canopy. It's kind of challenging, to get everything just right in the frame. I'm still learning, so be patient with me. But it's really exciting that I can see all my messages. So I'm so happy. I'm so happy you're here, Winsome Cat. I'm so happy you're here, Juanita. I love you so much. I don't know if Joe Edwards is still here. Hi, Joe. Does it look good? Oh, good. Oh, and then she said, oh, thank you so much, Juanita. Hey, you know what's happening, right? I'm reading acronyms. Pretty exciting. Peeps is gonna do his little dance. Yeah. It's like a whole language I'm learning. And technology. Isn't that great? I'm so happy. Thank you. Oh, I love you so much. I love you so much. I love you both so much. So I still have to figure out like how to hold my head. And I don't know why, but have you ever taken a shower and then oh, it just unplugged. Thank you, Lord. Have you ever taken a shower and you get water in your ear and then your ear plugs for a while? Oh, it was driving me crazy. So just now I just yawned really big and pressed my ear and asked the Lord to unplug it, and he did. Jeannie read an acronym. Jeannie read an acronym. Yeah, see, that's what happens when you watch too much Blue's Clues. It affects your brain. Oh, yeah. I'm so happy. I love you so much, Juanita. I'm so glad you're here. I'm so glad you're here, Winsome Cat. I felt such joy when I saw your email with the sweet little Simba cat in it. Oh my goodness, you are talented. I love the yarn colors you chose. So pretty. And couldn't get over how squishy and cuddly and fuzzy he looked. Oh, it was just perfect. Makes me so happy. Yeah, every time it drives me crazy too. It happens sometimes. We just don't know. Blue's Clues, I love to watch that show, she says. You know, it was silly, but there's something about Blue's Clues. When they got the new guy, I know he's special and everything, and everybody's special and created in the image of God, but I like the old guy best. Yeah. So it was years and years ago since I've watched Blue's Clues. My goodness, almost 20 years ago, almost 15, probably 15 or 20 years ago since I've watched Blue's Clues. Isn't that funny how you can have something that sticks in your mind for a long time? I can still remember, we just got a letter, we just got a letter, we just got a letter. I wonder what it says. So that's what I was thinking of, was I was so excited when I learned to do acronyms, because literally I have been texting since 2017 and I haven't known what most of them mean. The only ones I knew were laugh out loud and WTF, but I thought WTF was what the, well, that's fantastic. And people let me think that it meant, well, that's fantastic, for 5 whole years before they told me. And my son one day said, Mom, what do you think WTF means? And I said, well, it means, well, that's fantastic. He goes, Mom, that's not what it means. Don't use it anymore. But The sad thing is, I had used it to send emails to 50 pastors because I'm a chaplain and we were having a group meeting. And I wondered why the pastors were treating me funny. So when I gave my opening address, I told them, I have to apologize to you because I've thought that WTF meant, well, that's fantastic. And my friend had a baby, and he said, we just had a baby girl. And I said, WTF, Daddy? Like, well, that's fantastic, Daddy, right? And he was like, what? Why would you say that? And I said, I'm so excited for you. That's wonderful. And he, so I had to tell that story from the podium with like 300 people in the room. And all 50 of the pastors were just laughing so hard. And afterwards, one of them came up to me and he sent me a text and it said, LMAO. And I didn't know what it meant. And I didn't know that you can Google and it will tell you. So I came on here and I asked Winsome Cat what LMAO meant. So it was sort of funny. You just don't know what you're gonna learn, right? Every day you learn something new. Simba is so cute. Guys, he broke his old record. I didn't think it's possible, Jay. He breaks all the records ever. And she says he went 2 trillion miles an hour, and normally he only goes 500 billion. That's funny. Do you know what's funny? I know what it's like when you have a cat who has the zoomies. As soon as, when you just said the zoomies, in my mind I could picture Winsome Cat going zoom, zoom, zoom. When I was a little girl, I had a cat, and the cat's name was Mai Tai, and that was the most exotic name my mother could think of. She named the cat, and the cat was my mother's cat, and it had long black hair, and it had a little white spot, a little triangle at its neck, and then a little white spot on its nose, and long white whiskers, and then on each of its paws it had a little white boots. But that cat was so sweet. But it would come down to my bedroom. We had a 2-story house, and it would, you know how if you have your door just a little bit ajar, it would sneak into my room. And then when anybody in the house slammed the door upstairs, the air would go through and all the doors would slam, so my door would slam shut. So I would be taking a nap or studying my homework, and Mai Tai would get the zoomies, and she'd go zoom, 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 back across my bed, back across the room, around my bed. So I know what that's like. And it sort of gives you energy. It's like you're like, wow, it's like they're electric and full of energy, aren't they? And then she says, I don't think that's possible. We need a... Simba broke all the records ever. I'm glad you know what it actually means now. Wouldn't 2 trillion, wow. Yeah, having the zoomies is pretty fun. I get the zoomies sometimes. Sometimes I'm full of energy, so that's why I can't have caffeine. Once in a while, like if I'm going to drive across the country, or if I'm going to do an all-night shift for 3 days or something, then I'll have Dr. Pepper. Oh my gosh, I love Dr. Pepper, but I only have it like once a year, or probably once every 3 years, because once I have a Dr. Pepper, that means I'm going to stay awake for 3 days. So I'm really caffeine sensitive. Yeah. I swear he's going to travel to the next galaxy in 2 seconds. And then Winsome Cat says, I first heard the term zoomies. I thought about the candies named zoomies. I was like, are you feeding candies to your cat? That's funny. I've never heard of the candy named the Zoomies. Tell me what it's like. Tell me what the candy, describe the candy to me. Zoomies candy. Maybe it's something in your country. You know, there's Mars Candy Bar company makes different candies for America than they do for Europe or for Great Britain. And I was talking about a Mars candy bar, and it was totally different. My friend's from Britain, and he said it was totally different there. It's kind of interesting. I think that they kind of make things tailor-made for whatever people are used to in their country. You know what I mean? Yeah. You know, now I'm not going to be able to tell what time it is. I'm going to be able to tell how long we're live streaming. And I set my alarm for 12:45 my time because Chris Knits comes on at 1 o'clock my time. So my alarm's going to go off at 12:45 my time. So I'm going to quit live streaming then. And because I want to have a few minutes to go do the girls' stuff before Chris Knits starts. But let's see, where's my piece of paper? I didn't start until 7 a.m. It took me until 7 a.m. to figure out how to make it work on the phone. But I learned, and I kind of taught myself, so that was good. She says, I think he's getting signals from the mothership. And then she says, Winsome Cat says, these candy zoomies are like long, flat rainbow rectangles. Oh, that sounds yummy. Are they like fruit flavored or are they chocolate? That sounds really tasty. I can't find them now, but I swear I remember seeing them in the store. Yeah, there are so many really lovely candies that they've discontinued. And in America, there used to be these old-fashioned candies. And like when people would, like way back in pioneer times when people went across the United States in covered wagons, if you've ever seen Old West shows, you know, on television, like Little House on the Prairie or the Waltons or Wagon Train, they tell the story of the pioneers leaving the East Coast and coming to the West Coast. Well, they had these general stores, and in the general stores they had candy in apothecary jars, and it was like hard candies. And they had so many really good flavored hard candies. And nowadays they're really hard to find. But when my dad was little, he could just go to the general store, and they had a big scoop, like a great big metal scoop with a handle, and they would scoop them out to you in little paper sacks. And my dad said he could come home with a huge, huge paper sack full of candy for a nickel or for 2 pennies, you know, and maybe 2 whole big stacks of candy for like 2 pennies. And they used to call it penny candy. And then when I was a kid, they charged you like a penny a piece. And I don't know what they charge now because it's really hard to find a place that sells that. Sometimes around Christmas, you can go and they have these jars. They're actually made of paper and they have a lid on them. They're kind of like a can. They're about that big. And they have the mixed candy in it. And they'll have like these little ones that are like raspberries and these ones that are like strawberries. And when you bite into them, they have creamy filling that tastes like raspberries. And they have lime and pineapple. Oh my gosh, the pineapple is so good. And orange, all different flavors. But the thing about it is when you get it like that in that jar, it's all like kind of stuck together and you have to like hit it on the counter, and then even then it breaks up. So it's the same candy, but where I live, it rains all the time, so the moisture gets into it, so it's not the same, you know what I mean? But I remember there were so many really good candy bars when I was a child. And if you can believe it, my dad, we had 6 kids, and he used to give us all a quarter, and we could walk up to 7-Eleven. And I'm not kidding you. In the 1970s, you could go to 7-Eleven with a quarter and you could get a pack of gum, like really good Bubblicious or bubble gum, you know? You could get licorice whips, you could get a candy bar, you could get a whole bunch of candy for just a quarter. And then when I got a little older, they raised the prices really quickly. So it was like a quarter for a package of Bubble Yum bubble gum. And I used to like the bubble yum because of the flavor. And you could chew one piece and make big bubbles. I'm not exaggerating. You could blow a bubble with bubble yum and it would be like this big. They used to have contests. They would come to the school like during a assembly, and they'd have contests of who, they'd give everybody a package of bubble yum and they'd see who could blow the biggest bubble. I won one of those in 5th grade. It was so funny. And I remember then they changed the price and it was like 25 cents a package. I went to the store the other day and I thought, oh, I'd like to get some bubble yum. And they had it for $1.59. I was so shocked. 5 pieces for $1.59. And I remember being able to get it for a quarter. And when I was a little girl, my dad used to always say, why, I remember when you could get a whole bag of candy for 2 cents. The prices are outrageous. And I thought, oh no, I'm sounding like my father. Let's see what everybody says. She says, they do look tasty, but I've never tried them. I had a slice of apple pie yesterday. It was so yummy. Nom, nom, nom. Apple pie is the best. Oh, I know now. They are named Zozie, but the name Zumi reminded me of them. Oh, yeah. That's nice. I'm going to write that down so I can look it up. Let's see if I can write it down. Zozole. I'm going to Google that. Sometimes if you Google things, do a Google image search, they show you, and I'm curious to see what it looks like. And then I was wondering how you were doing, and Juanita already asked, and she says, laugh out loud the same. I burned myself out, but it was worth it. Aw, you got to take good, oh no, a burn. I burned myself. Oh no. Oh no, burns aren't good. You know what? If you were here, I'd give you one of my aloe vera leaves from the freezer. I have 3 little baby aloe vera plants, but I used to have a great big aloe vera plant. I'm going like this with my hands. He was so big. And he had these great big leaves that were as big as my arm. And he fell off. We had an earthquake, and he fell off the table onto the floor. And he was about 50 years old. And the top leaves all fell off, but the bottom kept making babies, so that's good. So I took the leaves and I washed them and I cut the bottoms off so that they were all even, and I stuck them in a bag in my big freezer. And now I just have 1 leaf in my little freezer. And if I get a burn, I cut a little piece of the leaf and I peel back the green and I go like this with it on the burn. And it feels so good. It's frozen and it's really soothing and it numbs it. Oh my gosh. If you were here, I'd give you some aloe vera. I love you. I don't want you to hurt. I'm sorry. Be right back. Someone is knocking on the door. Hey. Yeah, that gum was really good. It was called Bubble Yum. Y-U-M. They also have one called Bubblicious. I don't like it as much. There's something about the bubble gum yum. It had like It wasn't too sweet. It was just like really the right consistency to blow bubbles. And I don't really know what the flavor was. If you've ever had bubble gum, sometimes I make it strawberry or watermelon. And the watermelon flavor, oh, it makes my mouth water just thinking about it. Memories from childhood, you know, the childhood candy. One of the funny things is I take care of a lot of elders. I know a lot of elders and I work with a lot of elders. And they always reminisce about the candy from their childhood. And I had this one lady, she was a client. She kept telling me how much she missed the candy of her childhood. And she'd say all the names of all the candies. And they're these little candies that were flat and short, and they were wrapped kind of like this with the cellophane that makes the little wrapper like that. But this is oval. And the things she had this little wrapper, but they were long strips. And she used to talk about it, and they were called Abadabbas. And I had never heard of it. And then she told me about Mary Jane's, and they were like same wrapped the same way. And then I remembered Bit O Honey. They were wrapped the same way. And so I started looking and researching and trying to find those candies because she was at the end of her life and I wanted to give her something that would bring her a lot of pleasure and some good memories. Water. So I did research and I did a Google search for them. And I found this place called Vermont Country Store. And they have a catalog they send out to people that are in Vermont. And in the front, they have like old-fashioned things that people can't find anymore. Like, oh, nightgowns that are modest for women, or flannel nighties, or robes, or really beautiful nightgowns with all the lace on them. And it's funny because I remember my aunts and my mother used to wear nightgowns like that, but they're really expensive. They're like anywhere from 50 to 120 American dollars a piece, which is way too much. So I think maybe the Vermont Country Store, what they're doing is they're selling to people who are willing to pay a lot of money for something that's retro or vintage, you know what I mean? But so they probably don't make that many sales, but people, if you find something you really want, then maybe it's worth it. But they sell hairpins, and I use hairpins, and right now I have an order to get some hairpins, and when I get one, I'll show you because I'm using these little, oh, let's see, I think I put them in my hair already. I'll take one out. I'm using these beautiful clips, combs that my mother gave me. I don't know if you can see them, but they're tortoiseshell, and they're really pretty. But I usually use hairpins, but what happened was when I went into the MRI machine, I had my hairpins in, and they're made of a plastic, and it like made them weak, and then they broke afterwards. But the hairpins are really hard to find. And so when I researched it, they were at Vermont Country Store. I found them cheaper at Walmart, on Walmart online. But anyway, they have things like soap, like in America, used to be able to get this bar of soap that smelled just like roses. And then they had face cream, and I don't know the name of it, but it smelled just like roses. It was a hand cream, and it came in a little pink jar, and all the older ladies that I know have it. And you just use a little bit, and it smells like roses. I mean, from 5 feet away, you can smell roses. And they have all sorts of nostalgic things from the 1950s or the 1940s. Like they have lipsticks that are colors that have been discontinued for years. Like Revlon had a color called, ice and fire, and there was one roses. I can't think of the name of it right now, but I think it was a rose is a rose, and it was this really bright shade of red. And they have like all the different 1950s cosmetics, like the powders and the eyeliners, the kind of powders where you, the kind of foundation from Max Factor where you get a sponge and you get it wet, and it's called pancake makeup, and you put your sponge on the hard makeup and then you put it on. All these different really strange products that nobody remembers nowadays, but that were really popular back in the day. So people order from them. Well, they have these soaps that are like Yardley's of London, lavender, and they have one that's lilac soap and honeysuckle soap, really unusual things that you can't find now. But anyway, they have like half of their catalog is nothing but these old-fashioned candies. And they have Tootsie Rolls, which you can get anywhere now, but sometimes people get a catalog and they, make a bulk order of all different candies. And so it was so much fun to look at that catalog. I knew a lady who got a lot of catalogs, and she gave me her Vermont Country Store catalog. And oh my goodness, the candy that they had. I had not even remembered them. Sometime I'll go to the dollar store and get some of these candies and bring them back and show you. But when my kids were little, they used to like it when I went to the dollar store and got them the old-fashioned candies. When I was a kid, you can buy these things called dots, and they were little gumdrops that were all different colors, and they came in tiny little boxes. And we used to get those at Halloween. And then they had big rolls of paper that you would unroll, and you would buy it by the foot, and they would be little candy dots on them, and they were little bumps of sugar that had flavor, and like each color was a different flavor. Like there was pineapple, orange, lime, and strawberry, and they were like, blue, yellow, red, like that, pastel, and those were really unusual. And then little bottles, little wax bottles, and you would bite the bottle and juice would come out, and you would chew the wax like it was gum. And I couldn't believe it. We used to get those all the time when I was a little kid, and I couldn't believe it that I went to the dollar store and they had them. So I showed my kids, and now every once in a while I'll go there and get some of these different candies, and I have a jar in my living room I keep them in so that if the grandkids come, they can try them. But it was really fun. It brought back a lot of memories. Like instantly I was a little kid again. I remember the first time I ever got the little bottle candies. We were playing in the hose. In those days, if you had really nice lawn with grass, you'd have to water it with these sprinklers that went like this. They'd go back and forth. And we'd all put our shorts on or our swimsuits and get a towel and put the towel on the front porch and go run back and forth in the sprinkler. And I remember my dad coming home while we were running back and forth in the sprinkler, and he gave us all some of those little wax bottle candies. So it's funny what you think of when you see a candy from when you were little, huh? Yeah. I'm so glad you're back. Oh, thank you. Hugs to you too, dear one. She says, I burned the back of my mouth though because I don't want to wait for the apple pie to cool down. Oh, I can feel that. Oh, I've done that before. Don't you hate that? The only thing that helps is if you get some yogurt and freeze it and suck on it, or an ice cube. Oh, I'm so sorry. That's terrible. Yeah, I like to put a piece of ice when I have a burn. Oh, there's a bruise on my hand that's from the shape of an X. I think it's a bruise. I'm not sure. Oh, I hate getting bruises on my hands. Sometimes I will be like trying to open a jar and go like that and hit it against something and get a funny bruise. Bruises hurt, don't they? I'm almost all healthy. I just speak through my nose a bit, but overall I'm feeling great. That's wonderful. You know what? You know I wrote you in my prayer book, and I pray about you, pray for you all day long. I was thinking of you. I'm saying, Lord, you got to get her healthy. We don't want her to have a sore throat. No, no, no. That makes me happy. I'm so happy to hear that. Yeah, I'm okay. It doesn't hurt. Oh, I don't mind. It was worth it. Oh, the burn for the apple pie. Oh gosh. I can still remember being young and making my first pie and being so eager and taking a big bite of it and having it burn the whole top of my roof of my mouth. Ooh, it's one of those lessons we never seem to learn, do we? You know what I do? Here's my big secret. If I make apple pie or strawberry pie or any kind of pie that's a fruit pie, like we have blackberry bushes all around our house, so I make blackberry pie because I go pick the blackberries and then wash them and put them in the freezer. So in winter sometimes I'll make a blackberry pie. If I want to take a bite, I cut it and I put some in a bowl, and then I put vanilla ice cream on top and I stir it up because the ice cream cools down the pie and then it tastes good and I don't get burnt. So that's my big secret trick. Or I'll cut a piece and I'll put the whole bowl in the freezer for a little bit to cool it down because I just want to have pie. A girl's got to have her pie, and I don't want to have to wait a long, long time. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? Let's see if I can make that. There we go. There we go. But then, to make it so we can see the dove. There we go. We want to see the dove. Adjust it a little bit. This is weird, seeing you all on the cell phone. I don't know how the lighting works. Let's see. Have to keep trying until we get the lighting just right. Try that, see if that works. I don't know if, is that better lighting or is that too bright? I'll try some different things. That's too dark, that's too bright. Let's see, maybe I know what I'm gonna do. Here's my box that I always have my camera on, and it's full of little mugs that say "Be You." And if you email me your address, Anita, if your daddy says it's okay, I can send you a letter, or I can send you my address so you have my address. But if you send me your address, I can mail you a mug that says "Be You." And I would like to mail you one too, Winsome Cat. But you gotta email me your address. But you can see me and you know I'm real. I'm not a wacko. Okay, let's see if that works. That kind of makes the top of my head too bright, doesn't it? Well, let's see what else I could do. I'm gonna play with it for a minute, okay? Let's see. I'm gonna take a book. And I'm gonna knock that box down, and then I'm gonna put the book on top of the box, and then I'm gonna put the lantern there. Oops. Let's see if that's better. That's too bright too. Okay, I'm gonna move it back over and see. Well, that's better, isn't it? Okay. I don't want to be a mommy turtle, so I have to kind of get myself all situated here. That's better. Yep. Is that better? What I don't like is when the light shines in my glasses. I don't like it when it reflects. So what I'm doing is I'm taking my blanket and I'm making it go a little bit up higher. See if that works. Hey, it works better, doesn't it? Hmm. Hmm. Oh, let me see what else you say. Oh, ouch, Jeannie. Same. I was worried that the apple pie I made wasn't edible, so I wanted to try it before everyone else did. I know, I've done that before. You know, one time when I was a little girl, well, I was a teenager, my sister was just learning to cook, and I felt so bad for her. I was taking cooking classes, and so she was sort of jealous and she was trying to compete. And we were at a friend's house, and she decided she was going to make a pie, and he was a bachelor uncle. And so you know how sometimes men set their kitchens up a little bit different than women do? Well, for some reason, he had these canisters, and in the old days they used to have these canisters that would be like 4 or 5 different sizes, and you'd put like your flour in one, and then your sugar in one, and then like your oats or whatever in the little ones, and then coffee in one. Well, our uncle put salt in the sugar, the one that said sugar, because he had bought a big bag of salt. So my sister made a pie with salt, with like a cup of salt instead of a cup of sugar. And so we all sat down to take a bite, and it was like shocking, you know, because you're expecting this fruity pie that's going to be sweet. And she started crying. I felt so bad for her. And my uncle, he just goes into the kitchen and looks, and then we figured it out. He had put the salt in the sugar container. But yeah, it's a good idea usually to taste it before we feed it to everybody else. Apple pie is so lovely. Lena says, I vividly remember I was helping my mom cook something. I don't remember what. And I got badly burned by boiling water on my arm. But that was a while ago. Oh, don't you hate getting burned? I'm so glad you're okay now. I doubt my dad would let me, she says. Oh, that sounds so, so painful. Hmm. Aw, thank you. She says, your smile warms my heart, Jeannie. Oh. Hi, Mr. Energy. Oh, I'm so happy you're here. Winsome Cat, this is my really good friend, Mr. Energy. He's from Go to God Daily channel. Mr. Energy, this is my friends Winsome Cat and Winita. Oh, we're so glad you're here. Welcome. We are just talking about cooking and memories from cooking, and Winsome Cat burned herself because she was making a lovely apple pie, and she took a bite and she burnt her mouth, so we were talking about that. And somehow we got off on telling all the stories about all the times we've ever burnt ourselves. So you know how that happens when you get girls together and they talk about cooking? You know what? Today is the first day that I am live streaming on my phone. Usually I use my tablet, so things are kind of different today, just to let you know. I hope you're doing well. How are you doing? Oh, look it, he does this. You know, it took me a long time to figure out that that symbol was this, making a heart with your hands. That's so sweet. Hmm. Thank you. Hmm. Thank you so much. I'm so glad you're here. Hey, everybody, hit like and subscribe, okay? Then you'll get notifications when I'm going to go live again. Hmm. We're so happy you're here. Not gonna lie, I've been putting pink salt in some of my sweet drinks. That's a good thing to do. Pink salt, Himalayan salt, is that the kind you mean? That's really good for you. You know, there's a doctor, and her name is Dr. Barbara O'Neill, and she's on YouTube, and I agree with her about 90% of what she says, maybe 95%. I think she's Seventh-day Adventist. She loves the Lord, and she has lots of really good, healthy ideas. And she says that you can't absorb water into your cells unless you have a little bit of salt. So she says to take a little tiny flake of salt or a little pinch of salt before you drink water, or else add it to your water. Yeah, and she recommends Redmond salt or Celtic sea salt or the Himalayan salt, because there are 89 minerals that are in those salts that we need to make our brains function, and they're good for our bones. Like, a lot of women don't know that boron is really important for your bones, and if you get the salt, it's got 89 different minerals, and one of them that it has is boron. Yep. You still need to take a little bit of iodine salt for the iodine, or else eat some seafood, because everybody needs iodine. And some people take iodine supplements. You can go to Dr. Eric Berg's channel to find out about that. Yep. Yep. I think that the only thing that I don't agree with Barbara O'Neill is that she's really pro-vegetarianism. She's kind of against meat. And I know when I was a young woman, when I was 14 to 22, I was a vegetarian. And I've studied vegetarianism pretty extensively. I did it for health reasons. But the thing about it is, most vegetarians only last 6 years before they have a deficiency in B vitamins. And it's really very difficult to get B vitamins if you're a vegetarian. So I kind of went from being a vegetarian to being a carnivore. So I was always anemic. I always had really low energy um, and anemia, iron deficient anemia. So when I started eating meat, it was like a big cloud went away from my brain. I could think. I could. I got depressed being a vegetarian, and I was really anxious all the time. And what we know now from doing research is that B vitamin deficiency can cause depression. B vitamin deficiency can cause anxiety. So, and also iron deficiency anemia can cause depression and anxiety. Mhm. So I have to be careful, and I eat a lot of meat. Yep. God's good. My best friend's husband is a cattle rancher, so I get fresh grass-fed beef. I've got a freezer full of it. Yep. So, and beef is very, very healing. It's one of the least inflammatory foods on the planet. Yep. If you want to know about intermittent fasting and carnivore diet, you can go to Dr. Eric Berg's channel. He has a lot of good videos about that. And then there's also Dr. Ken Berry, MD, and he does a lot about carnivore and intermittent fasting. And I'm going to read the comments and see what everybody says. Oh, I think putting salt in sweet drinks is really a good idea because it helps you with your electrolytes too. I used to faint all the time when I was a vegetarian. It was so embarrassing. I would just like stand up and then faint. And then if people didn't know me and they didn't know that I did that, they would like call the ambulance and the EMTs would come. And I went to the hospital, and all it was is I needed more salt because I was on a salt-free diet because I thought that salt was bad for you. And then when I had babies, I found out from my midwife that women who are pregnant and nursing need salt. To be able to breastfeed, you have to have salt. If you don't have salt in your diet, then you get breast infections. And so salt's really important. If I can set up an account, I'm going to give you guys the name of the channel and then I'll go live. Juanita, you know that we will come and support you when you go live. We love you. And Winsome Cat and I will be your strongest supporters. Yep, that sounds really good. You know, I have to have You'll need 50 subscribers before you can go live, but you'll get them in no time. Yes, you will, because we'll go to Chris Knits and we'll tell everybody your account. Winsome Cat and you, Juanita, subscribed right away, and Rochi has 2 channels, and I think Winsome Cat has 2 channels. Yep, and we'll subscribe to you right away. And I bet Mr. Energy would help you. Yeah. And then you wait 24 hours. You have to verify your channel. And then sometimes you have to do it twice. I had to do mine twice. I couldn't figure out what was going on until Winsome Cat led me through all the steps. Juanita says, oh man, I want to go live so bad. I know. You know, I was so naive when I first started that on Thanksgiving, I decided to start a YouTube channel and go live, and I kept trying and trying and trying, and it wouldn't work. And I tried every day up until Christmas, and I couldn't get it to work. And then that's when Winsome Cat told me that I had to have 50 subscribers. So if you go on a computer, a desktop computer, you don't need 50 subscribers. So you could go read all the details on the YouTube creates. But if you use your phone or your tablet, you have to have 50 subscribers. Yeah, but you'll get them right away. Because look, Zach will subscribe, Honey Bunny will subscribe, Chris Knits will subscribe, Winsome Cat will subscribe, I'll subscribe, Rochi will subscribe, and Winsome Cat and Rochi both have 2 channels, so that's 5, 6, 7, 8 right there. And I bet all we do is ask Chris if it's okay, and she'll say yes, and we'll ask everybody to subscribe to you. And I'll ask all my friends to subscribe to you too. And pretty soon you'll be able to go live. Yeah. Very annoying, but I guess it's for safety. Yeah, I think it's kind of a way to get people to kind of screen out people who aren't sincere, screen out robots maybe, bots or automatic channels. I don't know why they do it. Don't worry, Juanita, we will all subscribe to you and help you hit 50 subs in no time. Yep. Aw, thank you, siblings. I appreciate everyone who subs. We love you. Of course, you know what just happened? Jeannie knows an acronym. Jeannie knows an acronym. Jeannie knows an acronym. That's exciting. OFC, of course. We love you, Juanita. Hi, Winsome Cat. Hi, Joe Edwards. How's it going, Joe? It's going good. I'm a hard sell like all the time. You're a hard sell. Aw, you're one of my favorite friends. You always say hi to me, and I always say hi to you. Hmm. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. Guys, I appreciate it so darn much. Well, of course. I'll share your channel on mine as well, says Winsome Cat. Hey, J-Licious, J-Lectrix, how you doing, James? It's so good to see you. Hey, everybody, hit like and subscribe, okay? We're so happy you're here, James. Look, Peeps is happy you're here. James, I'm trying something new today. I'm trying to live stream on my phone. Normally, I use my tablet and I set it up on a box, but for some reason today it didn't work. It's got this funny keyboard that's electronic, and I set it up on its side on a box, and I don't know if I didn't charge it all the way or what, but anyway, it didn't work. It won't boot up. So I'm doing my phone today, so I'm learning something new. So you kind of have to be a little bit patient with me today. So I'm so happy you're here. How are you? How is it going? And then, oh, James is so sweet. He says, Juanita, my dear, blessings to you always. Blessings on everyone. Blessings on you, James. Blessings on you, Mr. Energy. Blessings on you, Joe Edwards. Blessings on you, Juanita. Blessings on you, Winsome Cat. Do you know sometimes I make a mistake and I call Winsome Cat Wisdom Cat because she's so full of wisdom? Yeah. Mm. Blessings on you. We're so happy when you say hi, James. Aw, you're so sweet. I love you. I'm so glad you're here. This is great. Hey, did I ever show you? I don't know if I've shown you, James, but this is, can you see it's a little dove? It's a symbol of the Holy Spirit. I'm in my studio on my daybed, and I have a little canopy. Hey, maybe I could show you the canopy. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Do you see up at the top? Let's see if I can get my hand over there. Right here there's a rose, and here there's a little bird cage with a little bird in it. Yep. So I'm in my studio, and I'm trying to just do a video on my phone. So I never did it before. I've made videos, but I've never live streamed on my phone. So it's working. I'm doing it. It's pretty exciting. I'm learning technology. I'm always so happy to see you when you get here, James. I'm glad you were able to join us. And then Winsome Cat says, thank you so much. Same to you. What does the times 33 mean? What does that mean, Winsome Cat? I see people do that sometimes, but I don't know what that means. And then Juanita says you should keep streaming on your phone from now on. You think so? I'll try that, okay? I was afraid to stream on my phone at first because I didn't realize that I could do it. And then Winsome Cat had told me the steps. And so when she was telling me the steps, you know how I always have the little piece of paper with me when I do a video? I wrote down the steps she said. And so today when my tablet wouldn't work, I was praying and I was like, oh no, Lord, I'm all dressed, I got my makeup on, I'm all set up. I don't want to miss anybody. And it was like 3 hours I was trying to get it to go. And then all of a sudden I remembered that I always put these sheets in my YouTube notebook. And so I went and looked at the sheet and did the steps she said to do it on the phone, and it worked. So I'm so thankful to Winsome Cat. Thank you, Winsome Cat. And James says he's super good. James gives us all lots of hearts. You know what? Mr. Energy gives hearts like this, and I didn't know what they were for a long time. Hmm. Sorry I got to go by, but I'll be back. Oh, I'll try my best. No worries, Juanita. Have a happy day. Bye. Take care. Take care. We're missing you already. And then the less than 33 means a heart. Oh, okay. Hmm. Oh, you're very welcome, Jeannie. Thank you. I'm so excited. Thank you. You made it all possible. And I was afraid. I was too afraid to live stream. And Winsome Cat gave me lots of courage. Yep. She said, you can do it. When I was in live stream with Chris's, I always had questions, and Winsome Cat always answers my questions. She's got a channel. Go and hit her icon and subscribe to her. She's a good person. You know what she does? She knits. And she just made the cutest little kitty cat who looks just like Juanita Simba. Oh, it makes me so happy. So cute and furry. It's adorable what you can do. Isn't it kind of amazing, Winsome Cat, what you can do with knitting? I can't believe that you can make animals, you can make fruit. It's really amazing. Yep. Well, was thinking about something today. I was thinking about some positive affirmations from the Word of God. And so I was going to read you something that I was thinking about, and then I can read some of the Psalms. And we were talking about affirmations for self-love and creativity, which I want to do before, at the end, or sometime. And we're also going to read from The Secret Garden. So we have a whole bunch of exciting things for us today. So let's see. I'm thinking about the I Am affirmations. There is a person I listen to, and it's called Soakstream. And I've been listening for this last week to his I Am affirmations from the Bible. And those are really good. So if you want to find something nice to go to sleep to, I've been going to sleep to that for a few weeks. It's really nice. And so I thought, wow, those are really good. Like he has one that says, I am loved and cherished by God. And that makes me so happy to think I am loved and cherished by God. That made me feel really happy. Yep. Oh, and Winsome Cat says, it is amazing indeed. You can make literally anything you wish with yarn. Yeah, and while I'm thinking of it, Wisdom Cat, I wanted to tell this to you and to Chris Knits, and I wanted to send you the link, but I don't know how to put links in emails. So I did save it on one of my YouTube playlists. So maybe if I can figure out how I can save it to a YouTube playlist, if I can find it, and then make it public. But if I tell you what it is, you will really like it. So I was just watching my YouTube stream a couple days ago, and you know how you watch like shorts? It was in the shorts. And maybe if you Google this, you could find it. But there is some country, and they said the name, but I can't remember. But it's a really beautiful country where they have really hot days. Like it's very, very sunny, sort of like the south of France or Italy or Slovenia or someplace like that. And they showed this street with a corridor with buildings on either side. It was like an alleyway is what we'd call it in America. but it was very sunny, and there were like picnic tables and people were walking down the boulevard. The ladies decided that they were going to get together and crochet a canopy. And so it took like a year and a half, and it showed them, all these ladies at a church crocheting. And there were like 50 ladies doing this, okay? And they were making great big crocheted blankets. And they were really colorful. Like one lady was making roses, another lady was making granny squares, some were making rows. Think of all the different crochet patterns you know. And then they showed all the ladies together. Somebody was hoisting it up, and then you look up at the sky, and it's a canopy above their heads, so people can walk down that corridor in a shaded place. Now, I don't know what they do when it rains. It must just rain, and they must just leave it up. But it was all different colors, beautiful bright pinks and whites and fuchsias and blues and greens. And it was a canopy going the whole length of the downtown in the city. And it was like a little village. But oh my goodness, I was so amazed. And it made me think, you can do anything with crochet. It was gorgeous. I mean, I was awestruck. Like, I was looking at it, like if you were looking up at it, thinking they should have done a whole documentary on it. Maybe they have, I don't know. But it was unbelievable. Like 6 blankets across, going down like a fourth of a mile. I mean, it was mind-blowing. You know, have you ever gone to an art show or a crafts fair where they have those tents on poles to give you shade? And sometimes they'll like have 3, 4 poles with no sides, just the top. It was like that, but it went all the way down the length of the village. And I thought, oh my goodness, I wish I could show this. I wish I knew how to show this to Winsome Cat. Like, if I could have texted it to you, I know how to, if I know your phone number, I know how to text a link, but I didn't know how to do it by email. But oh, it was so beautiful. I just thought, when you said, it's amazing indeed what you can make, and literally anything you wish with yarn, that was really true. And I don't know, like, it looked like they were just using cotton yarn, and some were maybe using acrylic. It was really beautiful. It was really pretty. God's so good. He gives so many creative ideas to artisans and women and men and children. He's giving ideas. His Holy Spirit is just raining down ideas for art, you know, and how to be creative and how to make things with him. It's really an amazing thing. I also saw a lady. Hi, Alex. Good to see you. So good to see you. Hit like and subscribe, okay? That would be wonderful. Then you can find your way back to us. He says, you look really beautiful. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you, Alex. Thank you. We're talking about art and creativity right now, Alex. Do you do any art, or do you have any creative projects that you're excited about? Thank you. You know what? I also saw a YouTube short about, I love the YouTube shorts about art. Oh my goodness, I get so excited. There's a lady, and I don't know where she lives, but she lives by a beach. And she was walking on the beach, and for some reason, a cargo ship had crashed somewhere or emptied their container, and all this fabric had washed up on the shore. And she said pieces of weird shapes, like they were getting batted around on the rocks. Oh, you're an artist and you draw. That's cool. That is so awesome. Keep drawing. maybe you can make a YouTube channel showing your art, you know? I have a friend who started taking her camera and putting it down. I don't know how she does it exactly, and she does calligraphy. I've thought about doing that. Now that this is the first time I've used my cell phone, maybe I'll do that sometime. Hmm. Oh, thank you, Alex. Yeah, you would be, you could do a YouTube channel with your drawings. That would be really fun. I would love to see what you draw. What do you draw, Alex? Hmm. Let me know, okay? So I was telling you about this lady. She was walking on the beach, and there was all this fabric that had washed up on the beach. But where she lives, the beach is rocky. Like where I live, we have beaches that have rocks that are about that big, and we don't really have sandy beaches. We have sand, but it's more up towards the shore. But when you're in the water, it's like rocks. So to get to our beach, you have to go through some hard rocks. Well, you know what happened? Um, this lady there was all this fabric on the beach. And so she was doing beach cleanup, helping. And she held up this piece of fabric, and I guess it had gotten beaten up by the rocks. It was just in shreds. And she looked at it, and it was burgundy, and there was another piece that was fuchsia, and she held it up and she said, "This looks so familiar." And she was racking her brain trying to figure out what it looked like. And she brought it home. She brought some of the pieces home because she thought I could maybe make art with it. So she brought them home, and showed her next in her art studio, and she had all these baskets, you know, those cool baskets that people have that you can pull out, and it's like they're made of wire. She was pulling them out, she was getting different pieces, and she's laying them down. Then they show her with a big piece of art paper, and she makes a color wash. She just took one of those great big sponges that's like on a stick, like people use to sponge paint, and she sponge painted a green watercolor background, and then she took that piece of fuchsia shredded fabric and laid it down, and it looked like seaweed. And that's when I remembered the famous artist from the 1900s who, for the Smithsonian Institute, she preserved all these pieces of different plant material like herbs and flowers, but she also did all the seaweed. So the art, this lady made an art book. It was a great big book, and it was prints of these pieces of fabric against color. And so at first when you look at it, you think it's seaweed, but then, and the front of it is all done in calligraphy, it looks all beautiful, and then you open it up and you see, no, it's a book about garbage on the beach. But she made something beautiful with each piece of garbage that she found on the beach. And I just thought, isn't it amazing how artists think to come up with that idea to do that? And so now her book is helping. It's art, and it's beautiful, and it's showing you creative ways to think, but it's also helping people think about what we're doing to our planet and how we can be better stewards of God's creation. Yeah, it was really exciting for me to see it. I bet if you Googled um, who's the lady that makes art with fabric that looks like seaweed prints, I bet you would find it. I just saw it tonight. I have a YouTube, you know how you have YouTube playlist? I have a playlist, it's private, but I have lots of artists on it. So anytime I see a cool artist, I save it to that because I like art so much. And it just inspires me to see all the different things that people like to do. Mm. Oh, thank you, Alex. He says, you're a really nice lady. You made my day. Aw, thank you. And then he says, I draw some anime characters. Alex, that is so cool. Definitely think about having a YouTube channel. You know, you could do YouTube how to draw anime, and you wouldn't even have to show your face. You could just have the camera looking at your drawings, or you could play music in the background and draw. I bet people would really like that for a live. There's a lady named Chris Knits, and it's Chris, Chriss, two S's, Knits, Knits. And on her channel, she knits or crochets, and she plays music in the background, and she has a link in there to the name of some music that's free that you can get permission to put on your YouTube channel. And you could do something like that, get permission for some music that you like, and you could draw, and that would be amazing. That would be really cool. A lot of young people like anime, and a lot of people don't know how to draw and need kind of help seeing how you start out. And even if you just did, do this first, like do this shape first, and then do this shape, and then do this shape. You know what I mean? Like in layers, people would really like that. Yeah, if you get a channel, you come back and ask me to subscribe, okay? And we can help you. We'll all subscribe to your channel. Sounds like a little really fun. I will come again later. Love you. I love you too, Alex. You have a fabulous day. We're really happy you came to see us. Hmm. Yeah, it was really something else. The the seaweed. And if you look at those, if you know what I mean, those old-fashioned seaweed prints, they're from like the 1900s, I think it was really popular in the Victorian era, like 1860 to about 1920, 1910, 1918, right around there. And I used to work for a lady. I was a museum archivist, and I used to work for a lady who had a huge, huge collection of art that her family had collected over the years. And so I helped curate that and make sure it went to the university, different places. Like some of it went to Temple University because her father was very famous. Um, he was a very famous neuroscientist, and so his whole lab went to Temple University. And then her great grandfather was a very famous, and his whole lab went to the Smithsonian Institute. And then all of their art pieces went to Smithsonian Institute or the Museum of Fine Art, different places. And so I had to document them. First I had to dig them out of a big pile because they had a 5-bay garage. It's kind of the size of a grocery store, full to the ceiling with all these letters and journals and artwork. And so it was kind of like doing archaeology, digging down and finding all the pieces that were valuable. And then I would box them up, document them, and box them up and send them off to wherever they needed to go to. It was really fun. And she had quite a few of these big, big album books of pressed plant material. And it was really popular during the Victorian era to do that. Yeah. So that was really cool to see the lady who was taking fabric, shreds of fabric, and she wasn't cutting it. This was just something she'd found on the beach. And the rocks had shredded it so much, that it looked like seaweed. It was incredible. And I thought, wow. And so when I see Winston Cat knitting little kitty cats, that's pretty cool. That's art. It takes a lot of skill and a lot of creativity and thought to do that. Mm. Makes me feel happy. Mm. Really happy. I'm so glad you're here. Mm. Yeah. So while I was thinking, maybe I'm just going to read. I'm going to get my tea, and then I'm going to read some affirmations for us while we're here. Ah, tea is so good, so cozy. Mm. Mm. So let's see. So what I was thinking was how important it is to meditate on the Word of God. How important it is to tell ourselves the truth. And I was thinking about, studying the Word of God, meditating on it, reading it, and speaking the Word of God aloud to ourselves is so important. Speaking the Word of God over ourselves, looking for the promises. Sometimes I feel when I read the Bible like I'm on a treasure hunt, like I'm searching out those beautiful jewels, the verses with the promises. Because the Word says anything you see in the Word of God you can have. If you say it out loud, if you speak it out loud, if you come into agreement with the Word of God, the Word of God is living and active, and it's sharper than any two-edged sword, and it's able to judge the thoughts and intentions of our heart. And it says in the Word of God, my word will not return again to me void, but it will do. It will complete the thing that I send it out for. Hi, dear one, welcome. I'm so glad you could join us. So I was just thinking about this, and I thought, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to start making it a point when I go in the mirror and I put my makeup on or comb my hair or brush my teeth. I'm going to start speaking the Word of God aloud over myself. And I think that if I continue to do that, that's really going to affect my self-concept. It's going to build up my self-esteem. And we were talking about ways to build up our self-esteem, We were talking about ways to build up our character, to change from the inside out. And when we think about the gifts of the Holy Spirit, or the ways that God works in us, I always go back to this verse. Let's see if I can find it now in my Bible. In Galatians, Paul talks about, in Galatians 5:22, he says, but the fruit of the Spirit, he talks about the fruit of the Spirit, and he talks about the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, self-control, gentleness. Against such things there is no law. And that's Galatians 5:22 and 23. So if we allow the Word to dwell in us, then the Lord is going to build up these qualities in us. He's going to give us more of the fruit of the Holy Spirit. He's going to bring more love into our life, and more joy into our life, and more patience and kindness and self-control, and more goodness and more faithfulness and more gentleness. And so I was thinking about this, and I was thinking how important it is to speak the Word of God out loud over ourselves. And so I decided to start telling myself, I am cherished and loved by God, because God loves me and cherishes me. Did you know, dear one, you're cherished and loved by God? You are, it's true. And I'm a vessel of honor. You know that? If you've got the Lord in your life, you're a vessel of honor. Hi! Hi, Deadly Kitten, welcome! I'm so happy you're here. This is wonderful. Can you hit like and subscribe for us? I'm so happy you're here. We are talking about affirmations that we can say to ourselves to build ourselves up in the Lord. And we were talking about the fruit of the Holy Spirit, and how we can say to ourselves in the mirrors affirmations like, I lost my little deck of affirmations. They're here someplace. Here they are. We can say things like, you subscribed last time? Thank you so much. That means a lot to me. Now you're going to be able to find me when I go live. Hit like. I'm so thankful. Oh, Peeps is here. Today, Peeps is going to say hi to you. Can you say hi to Deadly Kitten? Yeah. Do you know what, Deadly Kitten? Today I'm trying something new. Usually, I live stream on my tablet, but today I'm trying to live stream on my phone. So we're seeing what it's like. So Peeps says hi. He's so happy you're here. But Peeps falls way down here when I am having my phone. So let's see if we can make it so you can see more. Let's see. Let's see if Peeps there. There you can see Peeps now. I'm going to have to find something. Maybe I'll just stick my... There, Peeps, you can sit on that. That'll help you be a little bit higher and be in the picture. How are you doing, Deadly Kitten? How's it going? How's your day been? Did you just start your day? Or are you in the evening? Let me know what time it is for you and what country you're from. I'm so glad you joined us. We were talking about affirmations and things we can say to ourselves. And you know what? I think that realizing that we are cherished and loved by God is really important. So sometimes when I'm doing my hair or in the mirror, I'm combing my hair or I'm doing my makeup, sometimes I say affirmations to myself in the mirror, and it's really helping me build up my self-esteem. And one of them I like to say is, I am cherished and loved. That's right, you're in Switzerland. I remember now. I'm doing good. It's 6:17. Okay, so let's see. I'm not sure what time it is right now because I'm doing the live stream on my phone. My tablet died, so I'm live streaming on my phone, and usually my phone tells me what time it is. Isn't that funny? Oh, I'm so silly. Let's see, I could probably figure out what time it is though, because I started at 7 a.m. and I've been going for an hour and 47 minutes, so 7 to 8. So it's about 8:47 here in the morning. You're ahead of us. That's good. Let's see. I'm going to write this down so I can figure out how much time ahead of us you are. Switzerland. Switzerland is beautiful. I would like to go to Switzerland one day. I've always wanted to see the Lichen in the Swiss Alps because I have a friend who had a beautiful rock on his desk. Now this was years ago, and he had some lichen on it, and it was from the Alps in Switzerland, and he told me that the hills were alive with all different colors. Yes, you told me to see the Alps, that I'd like to see the Alps. Yeah, I told you that last time, didn't I? Well, I was thinking, you know, I was thinking about how God has a wonderful plan for all of our lives. He does. He has a wonderful plan for your life, and his plans for you are good. And I'm loving to look through the Word of God and just pick out all the jewels, pick out all the treasures. I would love to see it sometime. Deadly Kitten, I would. And your name's Debbie, right? It's Debbie. I think your name is Debbie, yeah. Well, I've just been thinking about how much God loves us. You know, we're a chosen generation. We're set apart from God, for God. Yeah, Debbie, that's what I thought. Deadly Kitten is a great name. Every time I see that, it gives me a chuckle because I used to have a baby kitten and it had little sharp teeth. And you know when they're teething on you, it's like they have little fangs. They're so sharp. And their little paws can be so sharp. They can be deadly, that's for sure. Well, God is so good. Um, I was thinking about how, just how when we look through the Word of God, we can dig out all these treasures. It's like when you go on the beach and you find all the beautiful little shells hidden in the rocks, or when you're on a treasure hunt. Well, every time I look through the Word of God, I see something new. And I was just thinking, you know, I decided I'm going to refuse to look at the natural. I'm looking at the Word of God and believing the truth in the Word of God, and I'm going to start decreeing and declaring the Word of God. And the Word of God says we are a chosen generation, that we're a royal priesthood of all believers. It says that God has a plan for me, and his plan for me is good. So, just like Psalm 112:7 says, I will not look at negative tidings or evil tidings. My heart is steadfast. I am trusting in the Lord. Yep. God is so good. God is so good. So I thought what I would do is read a little bit of the Bible to us. She says God is great and everything that happens makes not sense at the beginning, but always in some time God knows why we have to go through it. That's right, Debbie. That is so true, dear one. You know, there's a verse that says that. You probably already know it. It's Romans 8:28, and it says, all things work for good for those who are the called according to his purposes. And just like you said, oh, your English is fine, dear one. No worries. Your English is fine. You have fine English. Don't worry. But you know, the Lord, he works everything for good. Even things in my life, I've had a long life, and I've had lots of things that I thought didn't go the way I wanted them to go, or went wrong, or were just traumatic. And even the horrible traumatic things that have happened, God didn't want those things to happen. But Satan meant those things for evil. But God can turn it around for my good. And what amazes me is how he turns it around for the good of not just me, but everybody around me. That's what is amazing. When you see the hand of God working, it is so amazing. When you see the hand of God working, he turns it around for good. He turns it around for good. Glory, hallelujah. He turns it around for good. So now I get excited when something bad happens, and my friends kind of look at me like, why are you so happy? Oops. I don't know what happened there, but for a minute, the little internet flipped on and off. I hope we're back. But my friends will sometimes say, why are you so happy? Something bad just happened to you. Because I'm looking expectantly for how God is going to use that for good. That's what I'm waiting to see, how he's going to use it for good in my life. She says, for me, it's sometimes he gives us the task to learn about and be more, see all around. Yes, exactly. He helps us to see life in different ways. He helps us to see new things in the scripture. He helps turn everything around for our good. Yes, I recently, a year ago, I'm okay, so don't worry, but a year ago, I was driving and I wasn't doing anything wrong. I was in the right lane. I was going at a very slow speed. I was delivering some groceries to my children and to some elders on my block. And out of nowhere, a drunk driver came in a souped up truck and was coming down my lane on my side of the road. There were only 2 lanes, and I had to move over to get away from him, and he still hit me head on. And while this was happening, I was talking to the Lord, and the Lord gave me a verse, and the verse was, "Nothing shall in any wise hurt you." And I started claiming that verse, and my car was rolling. It was rolling over and over and over, and it rolled and it ended up upside down in the ditch. And thank the Lord I drive a Volvo, and I was strapped in my seatbelt, and I was upside down, and I didn't even know that my car was upside down in the ditch. And the Lord was so good. He gave me such a sense of peace. And you know what? He turned it around for good. He took that situation and he used it. It was very, I wasn't afraid. I had total faith and confidence in God. And it was sort of strange. It was like the peace that surpasses understanding he gave me. Just like it says in the scripture that he'll give you a peace that surpasses understanding. And the Lord used that. Satan meant it for evil. He tried to kill me. He tried to take me out. But I ended up going in an ambulance to the hospital and going far away to a trauma center. And I got to tell everybody at the scene about Jesus. I got to tell the ambulance driver about Jesus and his great love for him. I got to tell all the doctors and nurses at the hospital who worked on me about Jesus. God turned that situation in my life around for good. He did. Now I'm going to read your comments. Let's see what you say. She says, yes, right. I struggle a lot with my life. I have PTSD, and this I suffer with also, and weed. Hi, Alex. Glad you're back. CPTSD, complex post-traumatic stress disorder. Yes, I'm very familiar with it. I can help you with that. We can talk about that. We can come up with some ideas for you. You know what? I had CPTSD also. I'm a trauma-informed therapist. So I'm a nurse and a trauma-informed therapist. So I help people who have had traumatic life events recover. Sometimes I help veterans who've gone to war. Sometimes I help first responders who've been at disaster scenes, policemen and firemen who've seen really grisly things, maybe a crime scene, and they can't forget it. I've also counseled women and men who've been sexually assaulted. So I've spent the large part of my life being a trauma-informed therapist and helping people with PTSD and CPTSD. Yeah, so I know that's not easy. It's a very difficult thing. But you know what? God loves you, and he's got a plan, and he can even use that traumatic event for good in your life. And I'll give you an example. When I was a little girl, something very traumatic happened to me. I was sexually assaulted. And then when I was a teenager, I got kidnapped and left for dead. And during that, the Lord spoke to my heart, and I prayed and I said, Lord, if you will help me, if you will help me get through this, I will help people. I will bring people to you and tell them about your love. And you know what? God has been healing me throughout my lifetime. He's healed me of many things. And I would never want anyone to be kidnapped. I would never want anyone to be sexually assaulted. That's from Satan. That's from the pit of hell. But God can use those things for good in your life. And in my life, He's helped many, many people. I've been able to counsel many, many people because I understand what it's like, because I went through that. So I know not just from book knowledge, but from real life experience. So I know in a deep way that a lot of therapists and a lot of counselors don't know, because they've never been through it. Do you know what I mean? So God took that and He used it for good in my life. And now I'm able to help millions of people all over the world and share the love of Christ with my YouTube channel and with my books and with counseling. And I'm a first responder chaplain, so I go to disaster scenes and I go to accident scenes, and I help people deal with CPTSD and trauma and whatever they're going through, their grief, their sorrow. Yeah. Yeah. Hi. Um, so let's see. I'm going to read your comments. She says, for me, it's sometimes that He gives us the tasks to learn about and be more and see around it. Yes. And she says she struggles. Um, CPTSD, complex post-traumatic stress disorder. Yes, Alex, I'm a nurse. I became a nurse. I went to Bible college, and then I became a nurse, and then I became a Christian counselor, and I help people who have had severe trauma, and then I became a chaplain. So I do a lot of different jobs. I have a lot of experience. And then she said, I have had many clinic stays and psychosis, and still I have to continue things like, I'm going to get closer to read, like ALC again and again. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to tell you a scary story. Well, it's an amazing story if you'd like to hear it, Alex. He says, oh no, have you been kidnapped? That looks scary. How do they find you? He says, you are a successful woman and I am proud of you. Thank you, Alex. Yes, the Lord is so good. Maybe one day I'll share that, how they found me. I'll tell you what, I've been able to help lots of people who are victims of kidnapping because I know what it's like to go through that. So people come from all over the world to my island. We have a treatment center here, and they come here and they get counseling for 1 or 2 or 3 weeks, and the Lord heals them. So I've been able to help many, many people. And that wouldn't have happened if this horrible thing didn't happen to me in the past. I wouldn't even known to have this type of work or to do this kind of work. ACLC means alcohol. Oh, okay. Thank you. Um, Thank you for sharing that and telling me that, Deadly Kitten. You know, I do a lot of work with the 12 steps, and I can talk about the 12 steps with you if you'd like, or if you have a specific question, I can answer it. Um, I have the 12 steps written out here in this book. I really encourage people to use the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous, and you can use them by going to a group, or you can go online to a group, or you can just read the 12 steps online and do them by yourself with God. Let me see what Alex says, okay? I'm an Arab girl and I'm trying to learn languages to become a translator, and I see you're successful and this really motivates me. Thank you. Oh, that is so wonderful, Alex. Thank you for sharing that. Well, you're welcome to stay and come back as often as you like. I talk about a lot of different things, and that might help you. I talk about psychology. I talk about the Bible. I pray with people. I talk about problems that people have. I do counseling. So maybe talking about these things will help you learn words for translations. You know what I suggest that you do, Alex, to learn another language is get a notebook, and when you learn a word, write it down for your vocabulary. That'll really help. And right now she's taking a break, but when you come back, Alex, there is a young woman whose name is Winsome Cat, and she's often in my live stream, and she just took a test, and it was a 10-hour test about the English language, and it was by the Cambridge, I forget the name of it, but it's like the Cambridge something test. And she would be able to talk to you more about it, but it shows a proficiency in the English language. And so Winsome Cat might have some good ideas for learning English. She might have some good ideas for you, because I know that she just took that 10-hour test in proficiency in English. And Polish is her first language. And she's studying many languages. Here in Switzerland, we don't have the 12 steps. Okay, well, you can do it online. You can go online and find a 12-step group. And I can talk with you about the 12 steps right now if you'd like. I could do that. I'd be happy to. If you would like me to pray for you, I can pray for you. And if you would like me to talk about that, I would be happy to talk about the 12 steps for a little bit. If you would like that. Would you like that? Let me know in the comments, and I can tell you about them. I will read them to you. You can, okay, well, we could talk about that right now. I'd be happy to. You can Google the 12 steps. It's called the 12 Steps of Alcoholics Anonymous. Okay, Alex, well, here we'll have a little private seminar on the 12 steps. So I'm going to read you the steps one by one. I'm going to say step one, and then I'll read it to you, and then I'll talk about step one, okay? And then I'll read you step two, and then I'll talk about step two, okay? So, and then if you have a question, you can ask the question in the comments. All right, so here's the thing. The 12 steps were founded by two gentlemen who struggled with alcoholism in the 1920s and the 1930s. And they developed the 12 steps. And they were both born-again Christians. But they made the 12 steps for anybody. They rewrote and refined the 12 steps so that whatever your religion, whatever you believe in, you can get help from the 12 steps. So the first step is we admitted we were powerless over alcohol. Step one, we admitted that we were powerless over alcohol and that our lives had become unmanageable. So that's step one. We admitted we were powerless over alcohol and that our lives had become unmanageable. So that's really important, because a lot of times when people are involved with alcohol, when they're drinking alcohol and they become addicted, there's a lot of denial, and we have a hard time saying, wow, alcohol is causing problems in my life, in my marriage, in my relationships, in my job, in my work, in my own self. So that's the first step. Step one, we admitted that we were powerless over alcohol and that our lives had become unmanageable. So then, hi, Winsome Cat. Hi, Winsome Cat. I'm so glad you're back. Winsome Cat, we have a friend here, Alex, and she's an Arab girl, and she's learning English, and she would like to be a translator. So I would really like it if you could tell her about the English test that you took, and maybe you have some ideas on how she could study English. Hmm. I'm really excited about that. And right now, we're talking about the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous because Deadly Kitten, Debbie, is from Switzerland and they don't have the 12 steps there. So we're going over the 12 steps. That's what we're doing right now. So I'm reading aloud the 12 steps. I'm going to say the step one. I just said step one. And then we're going to talk about it. And then we'll go to step two, okay? So step one for the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous is we admitted that we were powerless over alcohol and that our lives had become unmanageable. Now, you know, the thing about the 12 steps that's so cool is you can insert anything in there. It doesn't have to be alcohol. Like, I was married to a man who was a narcissist, and I was undergoing narcissistic abuse, and I had to admit that I was powerless over narcissistic abuse. So I had to insert that and do a 12-step program about narcissistic abuse. Some people insert shopping or gambling addiction. Some people insert depression or anxiety. Sometimes we're workaholics and we have to say, I admit that I'm powerless over my workaholism and I'm addicted to working and my life has become unmanageable because of it. So whatever we're struggling with, you know, an addiction can be a substance that we take into our body, like drugs or alcohol or food. We can be addicted to chocolate. We could be addicted to fasting. You know, anorexia is an addiction, okay? Choosing not to eat and losing so much weight that it's not healthy for us. So whatever we have going on, we can say we admitted that we were powerless over alcohol or over addiction, whatever that addiction is, right? So we could insert that instead of saying alcohol. Hi, James. Welcome back. I'm so glad you're here. We're talking about the 12 steps. We're doing the 12 steps. We're reading through the 12 steps. Everybody hit like and subscribe. And then, you know what? Winsome Cat said, so I decided to take the C1 Proficiency Cambridge English Certificate exam, and it is intimidating a name. I know, she says. This certificate is a paper that employers accept all around the world to prove you know the language. That's good. Thank you for sharing that. That's going to help Alex a lot. Welcome, James. Blessings on you. Greetings in the name of the Lord of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. I'm so glad you're here. So let me go back to talking about the 12 steps. And Alex, you can ask Winsome Cat questions about that English proficiency exam in the comments if you want. That's okay, all right? So when I said I had to admit one day I was working, and you know, I was brought up with the work ethic and very, very strong work ethic. And I have a dear friend who owns a farm, and we were talking about this, and she said she was brought up with a really strong work ethic. I don't know if you know anybody who has a farm. But if you have dairy cows that you have to milk every day, twice a day, you don't go on vacation. You just work, 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 work. If you have a farm, there's always something to be done. And I was brought up in the kind of mentality that if you were sitting still, you must be up to no good. So if we sat down to relax, then we were given a job to do. So I was just used to working, working, working all the time. And one day I realized that I was working every minute of the day. I'd go to work at my job and I'd work all day. Then I'd come home and I'd work all day at home. Cooking, cleaning, taking care of my children. You know, if you raise a family, there's always something to do. You know, there's always something to do. So pretty soon I realized that my life had become unmanageable because I was addicted to work. And so I found out about the 12 steps because I had an uncle who was an alcoholic. And I went with him when I was 14. I took him to a 12-step meeting. I wanted to be a nurse, so I thought taking him to a 12-step meeting would be really helpful. So, you know, God is so good, and I think that He is so good and He has a plan for our lives. And so I look back on my life and I can really see how much the 12 steps have helped me. Because I found out about it when I was 14, nobody told me that you could just insert any addiction you had or any problem you had and do 12 steps on them. I kind of figured it out on my own. And a lot of people don't realize that it's not just for alcoholics, but for everyone. Everyone can get help and healing. I'm going to read really quick what you say. She says, "Aw, thank you. Thank you, James." Winsome Cat says, the Cambridge TG, oh no, that's not it. TOEFLIELST, etc. are all good ones. I took only the first one, so if you'd like, I could help you with it. That's wonderful. You're so kind, Winsome Cat. That's wonderful. See, we're making good connections. We have a family here in the comments. Isn't that wonderful? I'm so happy for you, Alex. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Deadly Kitten says, you are so wise. I'm so glad I found you. And then Alex says, I think I will bring my friends next time. We will have fun with you. You deserve all the love, and I want to know your name. Oh, you are so kind. My name is Jeanne Standley-Kinata, but you can call me Jeannie. Thank you very much. Thank you. The 12 steps are amazing, and so are you. Thank you. So we're going to go back. I'm going to go back and read them. So what I did at one point in my life, I had to do the 12 steps for work, okay? In other words, I was addicted to being busy all the time and working all the time. You know, I realized I was getting all of my self-esteem and all of my worth and all of my value from working. And here's the thing. Here's the thing, dear ones. If I rested, I felt guilty. And so right now, I'm at a time in my life where I have to rest, and I'm kind of feeling guilty. So I've been doing the 12 steps. Hi, honey bunny, welcome. I'm so happy you're here. We're so happy to have you here. Mwah, blowing you kisses. Oh, and Peeps has to say hi to James and Honey Bunny. Honey Bunny, guess what I'm doing? You're going to be proud of me. I have to get a little drink so I can talk. Guess what I'm doing, Honey Bunny? First time, I'm live streaming on my phone because I don't know why. This is my tablet, and I've always live streamed on my tablet. And see how it has this funny keyboard? Well, I would set it up like this on a stack of books, and that's how I was live streaming. And I don't know why, but right now my tablet's not working. I probably didn't plug it in all the way when I charged it. So I looked over my notes because every time I do a video, I take notes. And Winsome Cat had told me how to do the steps to live stream on my phone. So I got it out and I'm live streaming on my phone, learning a new skill. So I'm pretty excited about that. So anyway, guess what, honey bunny? There's a lady in the comments, and her name is Alex, and she's from Arab. She speaks Arabic, and we're talking about the 12 steps. Alex wants to learn English, so Winsome Cat knows about taking a test to learn English. And guess what? We're doing good. We're happy. So we're talking about the 12 steps because in Switzerland they don't have the 12 steps, so I'm trying to make a video about it. So here we go. Hit like and subscribe if you haven't already. You're from Iraq. That's wonderful. Honey Bunny, tell her where you're from. Yes. And you know what else? My dear friend Winsome Cat wants to learn Arabic. So maybe Honey Bunny and Alex can help her learn Arabic. You want to learn English, but English don't want? Oh, come on, Honey Bunny. You can watch me and you're learning English. Yeah, you're learning English watching me. I talk about a lot of different things. You get yourself a notebook and start writing down vocabulary words in English. And pretty soon, you're going to be very fluent. I know it. And your English has gotten better just since I met you. I met you in October, so that's October, November, December, January, February, March, and now it's April, so I've known you 6 months, and your English is so much better now than it was. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to say the first step again. Step 1, we admitted that we were powerless over alcohol and that our lives had become unmanageable. So remember, we can insert whatever we're struggling with. So there have been times in my life when I've said, I admit that I am powerless over depression, when I struggled with depression, or powerless over anxiety when I was struggling with anxiety, or powerless over abuse when I was being abused. I had to figure out how to get free because I was in a marriage where my husband was abusing me. There's lots of different things that we could insert there instead of alcohol, but I'm going to read it like alcohol, okay? So step 1, let's see. I'm going to look at the, I also want to learn English. And then your English has gotten better. My English teacher also says this to me someday. You are doing really well. You're doing really well. So we admitted that we were powerless over alcohol and that our lives had become unmanageable is step 1. Step 2, came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. So that's a huge step, to begin to think that God could help you and restore your life to sanity. So I'm going to say it again. Step 2, I came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. That's really important. Step 3, made a decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care of God as we understood Him. And that is really important. Step 3, made a decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care of God as we understood him. Mm. Mm. So, made a decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care of God as we understood him. Now, sometimes people who are Christian get really upset about this one because it says, made a decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care of God as we understood him. So the people that wrote the 12 steps were Christian, but they realized that not everybody is Christian, but God wants to help everyone. So if you're Muslim, you can say, I made a decision to turn my will and my life over to the care of Allah. Okay? And that's okay because that's how you understand God. Made a decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care of God as we understood him. Now, my God is the Lord Jesus Christ of Nazareth, Yahweh, 3 in 1, the Trinity, God the Father, God the Holy Spirit, and God the Son. But you know what? I have seen so many people come to a saving knowledge of God and learn about God through the 12 steps. Because a lot of people that start drinking alcohol or start getting involved in being a workaholic, or gambling, or whatever their addiction is, a lot of us, when we're in an addiction, we get so despondent, we give up on God, and we think that God can't help us. But God loves you, dear one, and he wants to see you free from your addiction. He wants to set you free, and he loves you. He created you, and he will work with you and help set you free. What is the 12 steps? The 12 steps are the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous, and they help people who have any kind of addiction. So like if you're really depressed, or if you have anxiety, or if you're drinking alcohol and can't stop, or if you're gambling and can't stop, or any other addiction. Like in America, there are actually women who numb their feelings out by going shopping. So they go shopping and they buy lots of things that they don't need, and they can't quit. It's like they just keep spending money. There are people who get credit cards and spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on a credit card, and like anytime they have a feeling like maybe they're sad, maybe they're lonely, maybe they're depressed, then to get a little up, to get a little high, they go to get a little adrenaline spike. They take their credit card and they go to the store and they buy a whole bunch of stuff. Like maybe they go to Target and a big box store and buy clothing, or maybe they buy makeup, or maybe they buy jewelry. Maybe they have an addiction to food. Maybe they're getting fatter and fatter and fatter because they can't stop eating, because they're using their addiction to food to cover up their feelings. They're using their addiction to shopping to cover up their feelings. And rather than look at what they feel and deal with the problem, they're trying to mask it and cover it up. So what the 12 steps are, is it's a list of steps that we can take to help us get free from an addiction. And then Honey Bunny says women's second home is the shopping mall. It's very true. A lot of people, men and women alike, spend money because it gives them a little high, gives them a little dopamine hit, and they can feel better for a small amount of time. We feel like we're in control. We feel like we found a new treasure. I know lots of people who shop thrift stores or shop garage sales. It's really common where I live. They have garage sales where people have so much stuff in their house that they clean their house out and they put everything out with a price tag on it at garage sales. So where I live, in the summer for 3 months, every year, There's garage sales every Saturday, Friday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. People open up their garages and they sell stuff. And maybe I'm going to try to grab something around my house and see what I have. Of course, I'm sitting here, I don't have a lot, but let's pretend that you could get this candle. See how pretty it is? Let's pretend that this was at a garage sale. There would be big tables, and there would be lots of little doodads and things on the tables, or maybe appliances, or maybe clothing. But anything you can think of to buy, maybe they would sell this for 50 cents at a garage sale. Where maybe if you bought it at a shop, it would be like $10. But if you bought it at a thrift store, it would be like $1. But people go and lots of elderly people, because they don't have very much money, they have a little pension or they have a little social security check, they go to these shopping garage sales, and with $5 or $10, they could buy, if they bought items that were a quarter, they could buy a whole bunch of things. So they go and they spend just a little bit of money, but they come back with a whole car full of stuff. And the thing is, if you go at the end of the garage sale, sometimes it's half off on the last day, but at the end, the last 2 hours, there's people who will give you everything away for free. So I've had clients whose whole houses, everywhere you look, they have little things that they've bought at garage sales. And they don't even have time to look at it all. They don't even have a place to sit down anymore. And those are called hoarders. People who collect or hoard items. And that's an addiction too. So there's all sorts of addictions that you can start. You can use the 12 steps for. Now I'm going to see what they say. Jeannie Cat has also addiction of purchasing tons of yarn. And she says, true, honey, what can I say? The yarn is calling to me. Uh-oh, hang on. Well, you know what? That's a collection. And you know what? My family, everybody in my family is addicted to, not my birth, how do I say this? My birth family, not my children, but my birth family, like my siblings, my sisters and brothers and my mom and dad, everybody was addicted to alcohol. My sisters were addicted to drugs. They were addicted to sex. They were having lots of relationships that were empty with men, and they couldn't stop. My parents were hoarders. They have tons and tons of things everywhere. Then I married a man who was brilliant, really smart, and he liked science, and he liked doing inventions and making things, and so he started hoarding parts. And at one point we had a house with a barn and 5 outbuildings, little sheds, little independent sheds full of everything that he had hoarded. And it got so bad that in the hallways, when you would come into the house, I would come home from work and he would save books or save equipment or save tools, and he'd have them in boxes, and they were in the hallways. So, being addicted to collecting items is no joke. It's really serious. Lots of people who have crafts or artists will kind of go overboard collecting items for their art, and that's really common. But on one hand, it takes a certain amount of art supplies to make art, right? And on the other hand, there's a fine line between hoarding, where a hoarder is if you go to a thrift store or you go to a shop and you can't say no, you can't control yourself. And there are all sorts of things that people hoard. Okay, I one time rented a house, and the owner of the house was a son who had an elderly mother. And he said to me, and I moved to a neighborhood where a place on the island and there were no houses available. And there's a limited amount of houses here, okay? Like some places you can go and there's like 200 or 300 houses and they're all empty. Well, when you come here, there's like 4 houses that are empty. Excuse me. But I rented this house sight unseen. And the man said, you can have it free for 6 months if you clean it up. So I didn't know what I was getting myself into. I got there. You would not believe it. Every room in the house, and it was a 4-bedroom house, and the rooms were tiny, the bedrooms were tiny, but I'm serious when I say to you, every room in the house was stacked higher than my head with newspapers. His mother was a hoarder, and she collected newspapers. She collected magazines. We were cleaning out, we had to clean just to get to the first room. We cleaned that room out, emptied it out. We had to get a great big green dumpster, as big as like a living room, so big, green dumpster, construction dumpster. And we had to throw everything in it because what had happened was she'd had cats and the cats did their poos around the house. And so everything was covered in water and mold and poo. And so I had to wear an organic vapor mask and 2 cartridges, and I had to put a shower cap over my head, and I had to wear those overalls that mechanics wear, and boots and gloves. And I went in there with my husband and we were cleaning this out, and you wouldn't believe the things she saved. We thought we got the whole house cleaned out, and my husband found a secret room. And it was one of those paneling, you have walls with a fireplace and you touch the bookcase and the room opens up. And that room was as big as a whole big basement of the whole under of the house. Do you know what it was full of? You're not going to believe this. I have one in the other room. I should have brought it to show you, but I didn't know I was going to tell the story. It was full of empty shampoo bottles. She liked this shampoo, Clairol Herbal Essence. So every shampoo bottle that she'd ever used, and this lady was in her 80s, and so herbal essence was really popular in the 1970s. 1970s, 1980s, 1990s, 2000s. So for 40 years of shampoo bottles, the shampoo and the conditioner, and then Tupperware containers. But if you get Cool Whip at the store in America, they have this non-dairy whip topping. It's fake, it's synthesized, it's not real, but women scoop it onto pie for people who are allergic to cream, and some people mix it with Jell-O to make a pie. Well, it comes with a container and a plastic lid, and anytime she'd ever use Cool Whip, she'd wash that little container out, and she saved them. And I'm not kidding you, there was a whole child-sized bedroom full from floor to ceiling of those Cool Whip containers. She must have been having Cool Whip every week, but she saved all her containers. So it was pretty crazy. But there's all different things that people save. Let's see. Let's see what else everybody says. She said, anybody says cat. Jeannie Cat also has an addiction of purchasing tons of yarn. Well, if you're using the yarn, it's okay. Can you still walk around in your house? Is there places to sit down? Do you have a special place you put your yarn? Because see what happens when hoarding is out of control, then people no longer have places to sit down. They no longer have a use for their thing that they're hoarding, and it's no longer serving them, they're serving their addiction or their hoard. So everything is in balance. Now I'm thinking I have no addiction to anything. And then she says, that's exactly me. I used to collect everything, little papers, plastic, trash, everything. Well, you know what? There is a whole program that I use with people who have difficulties with hoarding. My husband was a hoarder, so I learned firsthand how to deal with hoarding, because it got to where our house, you couldn't even walk down the hallway. And at first I was so overwhelmed. I had 4 little kids and I didn't know what to do. And anytime I would move anything, he would get upset. So I started working and thinking, how can I help him? How can I solve this problem? And so we did some different things together, like we packed everything up, we cleaned out the house, we put it all in a storage unit, and then we started taking 1 box out a day and putting those items away, figuring out where we would use them. And slowly but surely, we started working together and overcoming that. I have this thing about paper. I like here's this book that I'm reading the 12 steps from. It's called The Courage to Change One Day at a Time in Al-Anon 2. And it's one of the Al-Anon published books. But in this, inside the book, I have all these little cards because I like to write quotes on cards because I'm a writer and I like to keep cards. I like to keep quotes. Well, what I finally had to learn to do is to put them on little rollers, little 3x5 cards, because otherwise I had these loose papers everywhere. And then the other thing I learned to do was I used to use loose papers for my journals when I was a little girl. And I had to standardize on these composition notebooks. And you can get these for $1 at the dollar store. But a couple times a year, like during back to school, so in America that's like in, excuse me, I've got the burps for some reason. In America, during August and September, all the big box stores have sales, and they call them back to school sales. And so, Peeps says hi. Peeps had to hop up and say hi. In America, they have these back to school sales, and you can buy the journals for like 5 for $1 or 2 for $1, depending on what store you go to. So I go to Walmart and buy 5 for $1, and I set them aside because I use one every month for a journal, and I use 1 or 2 to write my books in. But that really helped me with my paper. And so for a while, I had a job as a professional organizer, and I helped many, many people clean out their hoards, reduce down the size of their house, clean out their collections. I helped a lady who had a 5-bay garage and 10 barns full of all the things that she collected from her family. And she was in her 80s, and she had all of her mother's furniture, all of her mother's knickknacks and journals and papers. She had her father's entire laboratory. She had her father's letters to his mother. She had, going all the way back on her husband's side and on her side, all the furniture, all the antiques, everything that their families had ever had, they put in these big storage units in these big barns. They never threw anything away. And now they were kind of unusual because they were really rich and wealthy. And I thought, this is kind of strange, right? I opened up this one garage and it was higher than my head with paper. Every single paper that her father had ever written, they cleaned out his house when he died. They put it in a U-Haul truck. They left Philadelphia and they came here, and she kept it all because she was pregnant and she didn't have the time to sort through it, and she didn't know what was precious and what wasn't. And so I spent 3 years going through her garage, going through all of those outbuildings, sorting everything, finding the precious things, separating the precious from the garbage. And what happens a lot of times when people start hoarding, it's usually because they have a traumatic event. And I like to call it collecting, okay? Because what happens is rich people have collections and poor people have hoards. Have you ever noticed that? Or people who have mental illness, they call it a hoard. But usually what happens is somebody has a great trauma or a great loss. Like maybe they lose their husband. Maybe their husband unexpectedly has a heart attack and he's young. Or maybe they lose a baby. Or maybe something happens and they're in an auto accident and now all of a sudden they're incapacitated and they have an injury and they can't walk. Maybe they get a back injury. But usually there's one big traumatic loss. And for some reason they start becoming depressed and they're not able to keep up with the housework. They're not able to keep up with their collection. They collect things and it's hard to keep up with it. And so if you can't keep up with your housework because you have a back injury, or if you get to really depressed and you don't want to function, dust settles on everything. Or your cat is loose in your collection and instead of using the litter box or instead of going outside, they start going to the bathroom around the house. And it kind of just grows and grows and piles up. And pretty soon it's overwhelming. And so people don't start out in life saying, I'm going to have 10 hobbies. I'm going to be an exciting person. I'm going to go here. I'm going to go there. I'm going to knit. I'm going to crochet. I'm going to sew. I'm going to read lots of books. I'm going to cook. I'm going to do diamond painting. I'm going to make jewelry. I'm going to make hats. I'm going to do 15 other hobbies. And then I'm going to be a hoarder and not be able to sit down anywhere in my house. Nobody starts out like that. Okay? Most hoarders are really amazing creative people who've had a loss or a trauma and they all of a sudden are overwhelmed. They're just overwhelmed. And there's a whole system called drowning in treasure that a university professor made, and it's free online and you can go and see it and it's amazing. And I use a lot of their work. Their work's really helpful. Drowning in treasure, because that's what happens. We're really smart, intelligent, articulate people and we see treasure everywhere, and sometimes we collect. And there's a natural impulse in our heart to be a hunter-gatherer, to be a collector, because for most of human history until about 100 years ago, until about 1900, goods were not commonly available. If your mother made you a dress, or your grandmother made you a shawl, or knitted you a sweater, you had to keep that sweater for your whole life. People had garments. They only had a few garments to wear, and they treated their garments well. And people didn't have a lot of jewelry. People didn't have a lot of possessions. You used your dishes. You got your dishes when you got married. And you used them your whole life, and goods were more pricey. They cost more. Now we're in the era of machine-made goods and mass-produced goods and fast fashion. So you can go to the thrift store and get a dress for $2 or $5. You can go to the thrift store or a garage sale and get something for a quarter that would have cost $25 a few years ago. So because of this, we all have all these objects. And some of us really need help how to manage them. And it's a life skill. And if you go through a big change, if you have a great loss, and you are not able to keep up with cleaning, it really piles up. I know this because I just had, I was in a car accident a year ago, and I had to recover from the car accident. And then I was fine and everything was okay and I was 100% healthy, but I was having problems with my leg and I didn't know why, but my leg was aching. My leg started getting like just really sore, and it was just it was strange. I'd never experienced this. I didn't have any health problems in my whole life. I've only had 2 health problems, and so this leg thing was just weird. I didn't know what it was, and I went to my doctor, and he goes, "Oh, you just have arthritis. You're getting old." Well, I believed my doctor, okay? So I came home and I kept walking and everything. And one day, a few weeks ago, I woke up and my leg was all swollen and I couldn't use my leg and I couldn't use my arm. And I had this really bad headache for 3 days. Come to find out, in the car accident, I had gotten a blood clot in my leg and it grew from being really tiny to being really big. And when it got really big, it blocked off the flow of blood to my leg and it started making my legs swell and it gave me a really bad headache and it made my shoulder not be able to move. So I started having symptoms of having a stroke. And so praise God, I went to the hospital when that happened and they caught it. They didn't catch it for a couple days. But the Lord gave me a dream and we figured out what the problem was. And now I'm getting treated for that. I'm taking a medication that's shrinking that blood clot. And I'm having to rest, which is really hard. But during that time when I'm resting, do you know what happened? Let's see, that was the 18th when I had to go to the hospital of March. So it's been about 3 weeks. So 3 weeks worth of dishes piled up, or 2 weeks, when I was gone, a week's worth of dishes piled up in the sink because my son didn't do any dishes. I got home and there was a week's worth of compost in the sink. We put our compost vegetable scraps in little yogurt containers. They're kind of big actually. And there was a week's worth of compost in the sink. And I kind of went, what? And so I went and washed all those dishes and got rid of the compost. And then I'm supposed to be either in my studio or in my bedroom, relaxing and resting, right? And so life is going on out there in the other room. My son's not taking out the garbage. My son's not taking the recycling to the recycling center. I usually do that, but it's not getting done. And I went out there and I couldn't believe the big pile of garbage and the big pile of recycling that needs to go to the recycling center. And so for me, it was like, wow, 3 weeks. That's how fast things got to be out of control. And can you imagine? I can imagine what it would be like if you got really depressed, or if you had a back injury, or if you just, for whatever reason, hit a place in your life. Maybe you lost a family member. Maybe you lose your beloved. Maybe you lose your beloved and you get really depressed and you can't function, and a month or 6 months goes by. For the volume of garbage that's out there that needs to be taken to the dump, for the volume of recycling that's out there that needs to be taken to the recycle center, I never noticed how much we recycle because I was taking it to the recycle center once a week. So I can see how people could have a hoard. I can see how it would get out of control, really. So I like quotes, and I like to keep them on little cards. Boy, can I ever see. I had to get a little tin. I think I showed you this yesterday. I got this little tin and I started putting my quotes in here, hold them in here just to contain them. So lots of us have issues with collecting things. That's normal. He says, I already have an addiction to watch Chris and Jeannie lives and talking to my siblings. Oh, you're so funny, honey. That's sweet. That's very sweet of you, honey. We love you. I just recently got rid of all that trash because I was delusionally thinking I could turn it into art. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. You know what? I know I know many artists. Where I live, it's an artist community, okay? You can just walk up and down the street and see people putting art on their fence. Um, there are many people who are professional artists who get paid. And I had this wrapper that I liked. It was a candy bar. If I ever showed it to you, you'd understand why. It was beautiful. It was called Choco Love, and they still make them. My favorite is the peppermint chocolate. And you open it up. On the outside, it has like a little insignia, like a signet ring. You know, it looks like somebody used sealing wax. You know what I mean? And so, and it says Choco Love, and then you open up the wrapper, and the chocolate's wrapped in gold foil or silver foil, but the wrapper has a love poem on it, okay? And I don't just mean any love poem. They're always like sonnets of William Keats or Shakespeare, and they're always beautiful. It's always like, oh my God, I cannot believe this, right? So, since I've been 20 years old, I've saved those, okay? So I have like a tin, like that tin, that's full of all of those. And I thought, you know, that was kind of crazy, but I keep thinking that I'm going to make art out of them, you know? And I have notebooks, like notebooks, 3-ring binders, full of plastic sleeves. And what I did was I just decided to sort all my paper, all my infirmia. I can't say the word. I'm going to have to learn how. But, you know, paper that you collect. And I started putting them in sleeves, in plastic sleeves. I bought a box at the I bought a box at the stationery store, and actually I got it cheapest at Costco. And it's like 1,000 sleeves. And I just take them, they have holes in them, and I put them in the binder, and then I fill binders up with these little treasures that I find. And it's different, the things that inspire me. I like quotes. My lady that I told you that I cleaned out her garage and her home and all the treasures that she had every greeting card that she had ever received in her entire life. And she was 82 years old when I helped her. And I kid you not, every year she gets like 200, 300, 400, 1,000 greeting cards because people from all over the world love her. So what I did is I got these notebooks and I put plastic sleeves in them, and by year, on the bind, I put the year, I would put her greeting cards in. And she has the most beautiful greeting card collection you've ever seen. She's got greeting cards from the 1950s. She's got greeting cards from the 1940s that are just little miniature works of art. She has Valentines that are Victorian era Valentines. And when I wrote a letter, she wanted to figure out who to give them to, and I wrote a letter to the Smithsonian Institute, and I took some pictures to show them her cards. And they were like, please, can we have her Valentines? And so we sent those albums to the Smithsonian Institute. And now when you go online and you look up the Smithsonian Institute Victorian Valentine Collection, there will be little hand-cut paper Valentines that are her Valentines. It's really amazing, but they're little miniature works of art, you know? So I can understand how you don't want to throw those away. Hi, Juanita! Blessings on you. So, I don't know if we lost our dear one. I don't know if we lost Debbie, if we lost, oh my goodness, Deadly Kitten. Hi, Juanita. I'm so glad you're back. Winsome Cat, what do? Do I keep doing the 12 steps and then let Debbie come back and see the video, or do I wait until she comes back again? What would you suggest? Tell me in the comments. what we should do, because we're only on step 2. So we could do more 12 steps when Debbie comes back another time. Let me know what you think. Blessings on you, Juanita. We're so glad you're here. Winsome Cat, tell me what I should do. Do you think we should wait? She says, wait for her. You can read the Secret Garden now. Good job. Yeah, we'll talk. I'm going to put this back, and we'll talk about the 12 steps again another time. And Winsome Cat, maybe you can remind me sometime that we were on. In fact, I'm just going to write it on my little sheet that we did step 1 and step 2. Step 1, step 2, and we talked about hoarding. And, you know, according to the definition of hoarding, I would totally be a hoarder because, like I told you, I have all these little quotes everywhere. And I lay them out so I can see them. I have them on boards. But I decided to figure out how to make it work for me. Do you know what I mean? Like, it works for me to have the binders and the sleeves, and that's a cheap, effective way I can store them. It works for me to have these little affirmation books. It works for me to have these little affirmation books. It works for me to have the little tiny cards like that. And that way I don't have loose paper floating all around. I think you know what I mean. Who is Debbie? Debbie is Deadly Kitten. Yeah, she's from Switzerland, and we were talking about the 12 steps. Well, let me pour a glass of water. I've got my pitcher here. I'm going to pour a glass of water, and then I can read us the Secret Garden. And also, I have more affirmations about creativity and self-esteem that I wanted to share with Anita and Winsome Cat. So we were sharing those yesterday. And Peeps, you have to stay here, honey. You can't jump off onto the floor. You have to stay here with me. Notice I'm hydrating. Excuse me. Okay, Peeps is going to sit here with me. I'm so happy you're here. So let's see, we did step 1 and step 2, and we talked a little bit about hoarding. And now, you know, we also talked a little bit about self-control, because one of the fruits of the Holy Spirit is self-control. And I had to make limits on myself when some cat shopping, because there's something about that whole thing of collecting, and I see beauty in places where other people don't see beauty. Like, you know how you can see yarn and you can go, maybe it's an ugly color, but you can look at it and go, oh, that's the exact color of an eye, or that's the exact color of like a background, right? Like with paint, sometimes you think, when you see a little pot of paint, you think, what an awful color. Like there's greens that are just awful colors, but that one color of green gives texture in a background of trees. And so really it's not an awful color. It's a color that a lighter, more pleasant color would be highlighted with. And so I see beauty in quotes. I see beauty in advertisements. I mean, if I went and brought you over to you off my shelf one of my notebooks that I have, sometime I'll show you. I have a bra commercial in one of my notebooks. I do. And if somebody that didn't know me would look at that and go, why in the world did she save that bra commercial? Because the text, the writing, the affirmations on the bra commercial, it's like a ladies magazine ad are so amazing. You know what I mean? Because they wrote such a good ad. And it was like, this bra will support you in doing whatever you want to do in your life. And I was just like, somebody was brilliant who wrote that ad. That magazine's going to get thrown away. No one's going to remember that ad, but I have it in my little notebook because it was brilliant. You know what I mean? So I see brilliance in ways that other people don't. And sometimes that makes me a collector. So what I had to do is, I have a tiny cottage here. I had to find a way to have shelves and store things on my shelves so that they were accessible. And I think that all crafters, all artists, all people, anybody who reads or learns or collects, they could be collecting quotes like I do, they could be collecting books, whatever. We all need ways, we all need structure for our collections. Yeah. Yep. Well, I'm so excited you're here, Juanita. Um, let's go ahead and read from The Secret Garden. This is The Secret Garden by Frances Hodgson Burnett, and it's a beautiful book. There's Mary going into the secret garden. And we are on chapter 18. Thou mustn't waste no time. Of course, Mary did not waken early the next morning. She slept late because she was very, very tired. And when Martha brought Mary her breakfast, she told her that though Colin was quite quiet, he was ill and feverish, as he always was after he had worn himself out with a fit of crying. Mary ate her breakfast slowly as she listened. He says that thou wishes that thou would please go and see him as soon as thou can, Martha said. It's queer and strange what a fancy he's taken to thee. That did you give him last night for sure, didn't thou? No, nobody else would have dared to do it. Ay, the poor lad, he's been spoiled till salt won't save him. Mother says, and the two worst things as can happen to a child is never to have his own way or always to have it. She doesn't know what it is that's worse. Thou was in a fine temper thyself too, but he says to me when I went into his room, please ask Miss Mary if she'll please come to talk to me. Think of him saying please. Never in my life have I ever heard Master Colin say please. Will you go to him, Mary? Will you go to him, miss? I'll run and see Dickon first, said Mary. No, I'll go and see Colin first, and I'll tell him. I know what I'll tell him, with a sudden inspiration. She had her hat on when she appeared in Colin's room, and for a second he looked disappointed. He was in bed, and his face was pitifully white, and there were dark circles around his eyes. I'm glad you came, he said. My head aches, and I ache all over because I'm so tired. Are you going somewhere? I won't be long, she said. I'm going to Dickon. But I'll come back, Colin. It's something about the secret garden. His whole face brightened up, and a little color came back to it. Oh, is it? He cried out loud. I dreamed about it all night long. I heard you say something about gray changing into green, and I dreamed I was scrambling in a place all filled with trembling little green leaves, and there were birds on nest everywhere, and they looked so soft and gentle and still, and I'll lie and think about it until you come back. In 5 minutes, Mary was with Dickon in her very own garden. The fox and the crow were there with him again, and this time he had brought 2 tame squirrels. How are my dear ones? Is everybody okay? I'm good. Lurking, learning, but listening. Okay. I'm not sure what HBU. Wait a minute. HBU. How be you? Is that what that means? Not sure. Okay, I'm going to keep reading. I love you. I love you, Winita. I love you, Winsome Cat. Hello, dear one. Welcome. Beyond the horizon. Hi. Hit like and subscribe for me, okay? I'm reading The Secret Garden. How about you? I got an acronym. Jeannie figured out an acronym. Jeannie figured out an acronym. I'm so excited. Hey, Beyond the Horizon. You have a really cool name. I like it. How are you doing? You know what? Do you know about the book The Secret Garden by Frances Hodgson Burnett? I'm reading it aloud right now. It's a really cool story. It's about this little girl. Her name is Mary Lennox, and she finds a secret garden. And there's a boy named Dickon, and he loves animals. He loves animals, and you know what? He is so good with animals that they come when he calls them. Yeah. And so he's inside the secret garden with Mary, and they're cleaning up all the weeds and pulling up all the dead parts, and they're helping digging and helping it grow. And there's a little boy named Colin, and he's very moody. He's very sad and very depressed, and Mary and Dickon are helping him come back to life. Sadly, he's been in one room of his house. He lives in England in a great big mansion with 100 rooms, and this is in the Victorian era. So I'm going to keep reading, okay? It's really good. I hope you can stay and hear it. Okay. Well, here we are. In 5 minutes, Mary was with Dickon in the garden, in their garden. The fox and the crow were with him again, and this time he had brought 2 tame squirrels. Can you imagine? Oh, squirrels have such lovely bushy tails. I bet they were really happy to be with him. And you know what else? I came over on the pony this morning, he said. He's a good little chap. Jump is. He's got a pony named Jump. Can you imagine? Wouldn't that be wonderful to be able to talk to animals and have little tame squirrels and a crow and a little fox? Oh, I would be in heaven. I love animals. Peeps, would you be happy if I had lots of animals? Yeah. Why don't we put you right there, because something's not working. You're just not able to get. We haven't figured out. Here you go. We're going to put the little blankie right there for you. Okay, are you all cozy? Get all cozy. I came over on the pony this morning. He said, hey, he's a good little chap, Jump is. I brought these 2 in my pockets. This one here, he's called Nuttin, and this other one's called Shell. Can you imagine? He's got his pockets full of squirrels. Boy, when he said nut, one squirrel leaped onto his little right shoulders And when he said shell, the other one leaped onto his left shoulder. My goodness, how entertaining is that? When he said nut and shell, they know their names, that's for sure. When they sat down on the grass with Captain curled at their feet, Captain is the little fox. Soot, Soot is the crow that sits on his shoulders, big black crow. Soot solemnly listening on a tree, and Nut and Shell nosing about close to them. It seemed to Mary that it would be scarcely bearable to leave such delightfulness. That's how I feel when I have to leave my stream. I've got Winsome Cat and Winita and Peeps, and I think it seems like it won't even be bearable to leave such delightfulness. But when she began to tell her story, somehow the look in Dickens' funny face gradually changed her mind. She could see that he felt sorrier for Colin than she did. He looked up at the sky all about him. Just listen to them birds. It's the world seems full of 'em, all whistling and piping away, he said. Look at them. Look at that about, darting about and hearken and calling to each other. Come springtime, sometimes seems like it's all the world's coming alive, calling. The leaves isn't curling, so you can see 'em. And my word, there's nice smells all about, there is. Sniffing with his happy turned-up nose. Ah, and the poor lad lying there, shut up, seeing so little that he gets to thinking o' things and sets him screaming. Aye, my, we mustn't get him out here. We must get him out here right away. We must get him watching and listening and sniffing up all the fresh air and get him just soaking it all up through the sunshine. And we mustn't lose no time at all about it. When he was very much interested, he often spoke quite broad Yorkshire, though a little other times he tried so to modify his dialect so that Mary could better understand him. But she loved his broad Yorkshire so, and had in fact been trying to learn to speak some of it herself, so she spoke a little now and then. Aye, that we must, she said, which meant yes, indeed, we must. I'll tell thee what us'll do first, she proceeded, and Dickon grinned, a broad, wide grin, because when the little wench tried to twist her tongue into speaking Yorkshire, it amused him very much. He took a great fancy to thee. He wants to see thee, and he wants to see Soot and Captain. When'd I go back to the house to talk to him? I'll ask him if thou canst come and see him tomorrow morning, and bring that creatures with thee, and then, in a bit, when there's more leaves out and happens a bud or two, we'll get him to come out, and then thou shalt push him in his chair, and we'll bring him here and show him everything. When she stopped, she was quite proud of herself. She had never made a long speech in Yorkshire before, and she had remembered very well. That mum take a bit o' Yorkshire like that to Mr. Colin, Dickon said. Dickon chuckled. Thou make him laugh, and there's now as good for ill folks as laughing. Mother says she believes as half an hour's good laughing every morning and cure a chap and was making ready for typhus fever. I'm going to talk Yorkshire to him this very day, said Mary, chuckling to herself. Mm. Hey, thank you so much, Juanita. Thank you for the delicious. I have to get down low to see what it is. Oh, it looks like a bowl of something very yummy. Maybe it's ice cream. Maybe it's strawberry. Maybe it's strawberry ice cream. Mm. I love you, Juanita. I'm so happy you're here. Soup. Thank you. I love soup. Thank you so much. I have a dear one. Her name is Tiny, and she lives here, and she's Farmer Vance's wife, and they're my dear ones. And do you know what? I'm going to cry if I tell you, Juanita, for the last 3 weeks, she's made me 2 big jars of soup and brought them to me on Sundays. Since I got out of the hospital, she made me split pea soup. She made me hamburger soup. And oh my goodness, the most delicious split pea soup I've ever had in my life. I love split pea soup, but if you get it at a restaurant, it's always too salty or it's too thin, and this was perfect, thick with big chunks of ham. And then yesterday, she brought me 2 big jars of lentil soup. And it has lentils and carrots and a bay leaf and ham hocks. Oh, it's perfect. I love soup. Thank you for your soup. Thank you, Anita. Mm. Mm. I'm going to go ahead and keep reading. Mm. I'm going to talk Yorkshire to him this very day, said Mary, chuckling to herself. Wouldn't that be fun? Have you ever had that happen where you knew a friend who had another accent and you practiced the accent? I've done that before. The garden had reached the time when every day and every night it seemed as if magicians were passing through it, drawing loveliness out of the earth, and the boughs with wands. It was hard to go away and leave it all, particularly as Nut had actually crept onto her dress and Shell had scrambled down the trunk of the apple tree. They were under, oh my goodness, can you imagine what that would be like to have 2 cute little tame squirrels play with you? That would be fun, huh? Shell had scrambled down the trunk of the apple tree, and they sat under the shade there looking at her with inquiring eyes. No worries. I love you. Have fun. It's okay. Hmm. Um, they looked at her with stayed eyes. Hmm. But she went back to the house, and when she sat down close to Colin's bed, she began to sniff as Dickon did, though not in such an experienced way. She tried to sniff the air. You smell like flowers and fresh things, he cried out quite joyously. What is it you smell of? It's cool and warm and sweet all at the same time. And then Mary spoke to him in Yorkshire. I wonder if this surprised him. It's the wind from the moor, said Mary. It comes o' sitting on the grass under a tree with Dickon, and with Cap'n, and Soot, and Nut, and Shell. It's the springtime, and out of doors, and sunshine, and smells so gradily. She said it broadly as she could. Isn't that fun? That's so much fun. I bet he was so happy to hear her try to talk in Yorkshire. She said it as broadly as she could. Um, and she said it as broadly as she could, and you do not know how broadly Yorkshire sounds until you have heard someone speak it. And Colin began to laugh. What are you doing? He said. Ever heard you talk like that before? How funny it sounds. I'm giving thee a bit of Yorkshire, answered Mary triumphantly. I cannot talk as grandly as Dickon can, and Martha can, but thou seems a shape I can shape it a bit. Doesn't thou understand a bit o' Yorkshire when he hears it? And does a Yorkshire lad thyself, bred and born? Aye, I wonder that thou's not ashamed of thy face. And then she began to laugh too, and they both laughed and laughed until they could not stop themselves, and they laughed until the room echoed with laughter, and Mrs. Medlock opened the door to come in and threw back into the corridor and stood listening amazed. Well, upon my word, she said, speaking rather broad Yorkshire herself, because there was no one to hear her, and she was so astonished at their laughter. Who ever heard thou like this? Whoever on earth would have thought? There was no such much to talk about. There was so much to talk about. It seemed as if Colin could never hear enough of Dickon and Captain and Soot and Nut and Shell and the pony whose name was Jump. Mary had run around into the wood with Dickon to see Jump. He was a tiny little shaggy moor pony with thick locks hanging over his eyes, with a pretty face and nuzzling velvet nose. He was rather thin from living on the moor grass, but he was a tough little pony, and wiry, as if the muscles in his little legs had been made of steel springs. He had lifted his head and whinnied softly, "Nee! Nee!" the moment he saw Dickon, and he had trotted up to him and put his head across his shoulder. And then Dickon had talked into his ear, and Jump had talked back in odd little whinnies and puffs and snorts. Dickon had made him give Mary his small front hoof and kiss her on the cheek with his velvet muzzle. Ooh, have you ever seen a horse so soft, so soft? They're so beautiful. This was a little sweet pony for sure. Dickon had charmed the pony, didn't he? Does he really understand everything Dickon says? Colin asked. It seems as if he does, answered Mary. Dickon says anything will understand if you're friends with it for sure, but you have to be friends for sure. Colin lay quiet for quite a while, and his strange gray eyes seemed to be staring at the wall, but Mary saw he was thinking. I wish I was friends with things, he said at last, but I'm not. I never had anything to be friends with, and I can't bear people. I'm going to show you a picture of Colin, okay? Let's go find the picture of Colin. There's a picture here. Beautiful picture of Colin. We're going to go find it. There it is. There's a picture of Colin, all stately like. He's on his cushion, on his couch, all stately. See how pale he is and what big eyes he has. He's very sad. And oh, but I should have showed you this picture. I'll show you another picture. Here's a picture of our dear sweet Dickon and Soot, his little crow. There he is. There he is. Hello. Welcome. Hi, how are you? We're reading The Secret Garden. My name is Jeanne. Salam alaikum. Ahmed, official. Hello, welcome back. Can you hit like for me, please? I'm so glad you're fine. That's wonderful. I'm doing quite well. I'm having fun. I'm reading aloud. Mm. Thank you so much for hitting like and subscribe. Now you can find your way back to me when I read again. I'm reading The Secret Garden. It's a lovely book. Today's the first day I'm live streaming on my phone. Usually I live stream on my tablet. I'm so glad you could join me. Peep says hi. Peep says hi. We're so glad you're here. Well, at this part in the story, Mary is telling um, a little boy named Colin stories, and she's telling him all about a secret garden. And she's telling him about a little boy who can talk to the animals. And here's a picture of Colin, and he's been shut away in a room his whole life. And he's quite regal, and he's quite spoiled, but he's very sad. And Colin needs help from Mary and Dickon. Dickon is a boy who's been raised on the moors, and he is so clever. He can talk to animals. Here's a picture of him. He has a friend who's a crow named Soot. There he is with his little crow. Well, it's quite big crow on his shoulder. And so we're at the part of the story where Mary's telling Colin all about Dickon and all about the pony. So Colin is so excited to hear the stories. It's helping heal his heart. Yeah. So Dickon has a wiry pony, and he's so wiry it's as if the muscles in his little legs had been made of steel springs. He had lifted his head and whinnied softly. Let's see. Nee! Nee! Have you ever heard a pony or a horse whinny? The moment he saw Dickon, and he trotted up to him, and he put his head across his shoulder. And then Dickon had tucked into his ear and Jump had talked into his ear, and Jump had talked back in his odd little whinnies and puffs and snorts. Dickon had made him give Mary a small front hoof and kiss her on her cheek with his velvet muscle. Yeah, it's kind of silly, huh? They are adorable. Ponies are so pretty. Some ponies are mean. I used to have a Shetland pony. I had two, and both of them were mean. Oh my goodness, they were so mean. And we didn't know why they were so mean. My daddy bought them for us. He loved animals. He bought these two Shetland ponies for us. And we lived in California, in Sacramento, and there was a long road from our house all the way up. At the end of the road was 7-Eleven, which is a convenience store. And then you'd go around the corner, and there was a farm. And so we boarded those ponies at the farm. So every day after school, or in the summer, every day, twice a day, I'd walk up to where the ponies were, up to the farm, and I'd go in and I'd open the gate, and I would take a courier brush, which is a brush about this big, and you put it on your hand and you use it to brush the ponies. And I would brush one pony, and I would give it a bucket of oats to eat, and I would make sure its hair, it had long mane, I'd make sure I brushed its hair. Its hair was all nice, and I'd give it a bucket of oats. Then I'd go over and brush the other pony, make sure its hair was all nice, and I'd give it some oats. And then I would stick a little saddle on, trying to ride it. And you know those little ponies? They never wanted to be ridden. And the owner of the farm told me to keep trying every day. And she said, bring an apple or a carrot or a lump of sugar and hold your hand out like this and give it to them. And they would prick their mouth down and eat it. And she was teaching me how to make friends with those ponies. But we had those ponies for 2 years, and never did they ever make friends with. Well, one day, when you have ponies, you have to make sure you bathe them and clean them. So sometimes you take a hose and you take some soap and you get them all bubbly with the soap, and then you hose them off. And you only do that when it's summer, when it's really hot. In California, it's hot a lot, so we would do that for them. And then we'd walk them around in the sun to let them dry. And then someone comes, a man who does horseshoes, he comes and he cleans out under their hooves, and he showed me how to do it. So I would go and clean out under their hooves. And you know what happened? One day my dad drove me up there. Usually we would walk, but one day my dad drove me. We were going to go to the store, and he had my sisters, my 4 little sisters in the car, and me. And I went over and I started brushing the ponies just like I did every day. And I had already cleaned out their hooves, so everything was clean. And I was brushing them, and then I gave one some oats. And my dad told my sister to stay in the car. Now he pulled the car right up to the edge of the fence. So we rolled down the window so they could look. But these ponies were mean. They weren't nice ponies. And that pony, my sister got out of the car, and she didn't listen to my dad. She ran right up to him, and the pony kicked her, and she got a huge gash on her face. And oh gosh, my dad was so mad. Not at my sister, but at the pony. And well, he was a little upset at my sister for not obeying. But she was a kid and she was excited. So I had to run and lock the ponies away. And then my dad drove home really quick. And I remember she was bleeding so profusely that he ran into the house, and my other sisters got out of the car, came into the house, and they had to stay at home. And my dad said, "Carolyn, get in the car, bring a bed sheet." And she brought a clean bed sheet and stuck over my sister's face. And they had to rush my sister to the hospital, and she had to have stitches. And I stayed at home and watched my other sisters and my little brother. But her whole life she had that scar, and she learned to cover it up, with makeup and everything. But the next day my dad sold those ponies, and he told the man, he said, "These are mean ponies. My daughter tried for 2 years to get them to be kind, but they were mean." And I would go up to them and I would pet them and be gentle with them and talk gentle, but they were mean. And they bit and they kicked, and they wouldn't let anybody ride them, and they would kick if you came anywhere near them. So my dad had a theory that maybe they were abused. It was very sad. Ponies are so pretty. They are. Where I live, they have a parade every year at 4th of July down Main Street. And a few years back, I was there with my kids, and a very clever lady had a beautiful white pony. And ponies are shorter than horses. And you know what she did? She wanted to sell the ponies. So you know how she did it? She had her daughter dress up like a fairy princess with a long, white, a long, beautiful pink gown, and it had a pink tutu on it. She had one of those cone hats with a long veil, and she had pretty makeup on. And then the funniest part was she was leading the pony, and the pony was white, but they had taken glue and painted glue on all the 4 hooves, and they had rolled the hooves in bright silver glitter, so that there was silver glitter. And then they had taken a cone and it looked like a rainbow, and they put it on the head. They tied it with a band, but they hid it in the mane, and then the mane they had painted rainbow colors and braided. And then they had a sign on the back that said "for sale" and their phone number. And the little girl rode the pony all through the parade from the beginning to the end, and the mother walked. And by the end they had sold the pony. Somebody called them and bought the pony. But I thought that was really clever. So those are my 2 pony stories, one sad and one happy. Well, Dickon had this pony, and this pony was a wild pony, but Dickon was so kind to animals that he trained the pony, he tamed it. And so that pony made its little noises, whinnied and cooed back to Dickon, and Dickon could understand him. And Mary felt like the pony understood Dickon. So Dickon made him give Mary his small front hoof. So he made him shake hands with Mary and kiss her on the cheek. And with his velvet muzzle, if you've ever touched a pony, they have, or a horse, they have the softest fur on their face, and their muzzle, it's so soft. So to have a little pony kiss on your cheek, that would be a gift. Does he really understand everything Dickens says? Colin asked. It seems as if he does, answered Mary. Dickens says anything will understand you if you're friends with it, for sure, but you have to be friends with it for sure. Colin lay quiet for a little while, and his strange gray eyes seemed to be staring at the wall, but Mary saw he was thinking. I wish I was friends with things, he said at last, but I'm not. I never have anything to be friends with, and I can't bear people. You can't bear with me? Asked Mary. Yes, I can bear thee, he answered. It's very funny, but I even like you. Ben Weatherstaff said I was like him, said Mary. He said he'd warrant we'd both got the same nasty temper. I think you are like him too. We are all three alike, you and I and Ben Weatherstaff. He said he were neither of us much to look at, and we were as sour as we looked. But I don't feel as sour as I used to before I knew the Robin and Dickon. Do you feel as if you hated people? Asked Colin. Yes, answered Mary, without any affection at all. I should have detested you if I'd seen you before I saw the Robin and Dickon. Colin put out his thin hand and touched her. Mary, he said, I wish I hadn't said what I did about sending Dickon away. I hated you when you said he was like an angel, and I laughed at you, but perhaps he is like an angel after all. Well, it was rather funny to say it, admitted Mary frankly, because his nose does turn up, and he has a big mouth, and his clothes have patches all over them, and he talks in very, very broad Yorkshire, so as I can hardly understand him at times. But if an angel did come to Yorkshire and live on the moor, if there was a Yorkshire angel, I believe he'd understand the green things and know how to make them grow, and he would know how to talk to the wild creatures as Dickon does, and they'd know, so he was friends for sure. I shouldn't mind Dickon looking at me, said Colin. I want to see him. I'm glad you said that, said Mary, because quite suddenly it came into her mind that this was the minute to tell him. Colin knew something new was coming. Because what? He cried eagerly. Mary was so anxious that she got up from her stool and came to him and caught hold of both of his hands. Can I trust thee, Dickon? Can I trust thee, Colin? I trusted Dickon because birds trusted him. Can I trust you for sure, for sure? She implored. Her face was so solemn that he almost whispered his answer. Yes, yes. Thank you, Miss Kanata. I enjoyed the story. I have housework I need to do. I wish you a happy day. You're very welcome, dear one. Come back again. Hit like and subscribe, and then you can get notifications when I go live. I wish you a wonderful day. I hope your housework goes well. Blessings on you, dear. Can I trust you? I trusted Dickon because the birds trust him. Can I trust you? For sure, for sure? She implored. Her face was so solemn that he almost whispered his answer. Yes, yes, you can trust me. Well, Dickon will come to see you tomorrow morning, and he'll bring his creatures with him. Oh, oh, said Colin. He cried out in delight. But what's not all? That's not all. That's not all. Mm. But that's not all, Mary went on, almost pale with solemn excitement. The rest is even better. There is a door in the garden. I found it. It is under the ivy on the wall. If he had been a strong, healthy boy, Colin would probably have shouted, "Hooray, hooray, hooray!" But he was weak and rather ill and a little hysterical, and his eyes grew bigger and bigger, and he gasped for breath. "Oh, Mary," he cried out with half a sob, "shall I see it? Shall I see it? Shall I get into it? Shall I live? I shall live to get into it." And he clutched her hand and dragged her towards him. "Of course you'll live to see it," snapped Mary indignantly. "Of course you'll live to get into it. Don't be silly." And she was so unhysterical and natural and childish that she brought him to his senses, and he began to laugh at himself, and a few minutes afterwards she was sitting on her stool again, telling him not what she imagined the secret garden to be like, but what it really was like. And Colin's aches and tiredness were forgotten, and he was listening enraptured. Mm. Thank you so much, Wisdom Cat, for greeting people. You're so kind. That was so kind of you. She could only take a break from her housework for just a small moment, but I'm so glad she was here. It is just what you thought it would be, he said at last. It sounds just as if you've already seen it. You know, I said that when you told me first. Mary hesitated about 2 minutes, and then boldly spoke the truth. I had seen it, and I had been in it, she said. I found the key and got it weeks ago, but I dare not tell you. I dare not because I was so afraid I couldn't trust you for sure. Oh goodness, I don't know what happens sometimes. My phone just says disconnected and then connected. Did you hear the end? Let me read it. It was just what I thought it would be, he said at last. It sounds just as if you had really seen it. You know, I said that when you told me first time. Mary hesitated for a moment. She hesitated for 2 minutes, and then boldly spoke the truth. I had seen it, Colin. I had been in it, she said. I found the key and got in weeks ago, but I dare not tell you. I dare not because I was so afraid I couldn't trust you for sure, for sure. Hmm. Hmm. This is a beautiful chapter. It's called Chapter 19, It Has Come. Of course, Dr. Craven had been sent for the morning after Colin had had his temper tantrum. He was always sent for at once when such a thing occurred, and he always found, when he arrived, a white, shaken boy lying on his bed, sullen and still so hysterical that he was ready to break into fresh sobbing at the least word. In fact, Dr. Craven dreaded and detested the difficulties of these visits. On this occasion, he was away from Misselthwaite Manor until afternoon. "How is he?" he asked Mrs. Medlock, rather irritably, when he arrived. "He will break a blood vessel in one of those fits someday. The boy is half insane with hysteria and self-indulgence. Well, sir, answered Miss Medlock, you scarcely believe your eyes when you see him. That plain, sour-faced child that's almost as bad as himself has just bewitched him. How she's done it, there's no tellin'. The Lord only knows. She's nothing to look at, and you'd scarcely ever hear her speak. But she did what none of us dared to do. She just flew at him like a little cat last night and stamped her feet and ordered him to stop screaming. And somehow she startled him so that he actually did stop screaming. And this afternoon, well, just come up and see, sir. It's past crediting it. The scene which Dr. Craven beheld when he entered the patient's room was indeed rather astonishing to him. As Mrs. Medlock had opened the door, he heard laughing and chattering. Colin was on a sofa in his dressing gown, and he was sitting up quite straight, looking at a picture book in one of the garden books, and talking to the plain child, who at that moment could scarcely be called plain at all, because her face was so glowing with enjoyment. Those long spires of blue ones, we have a lot of those, Colin was announcing. They're called delphiniums. Dickens says they're larkspurs made big and grand, cried Mistress Mary. There are clumps here already. When they saw Dr. Craven and stopped, Mary became quite still and Colin looked fretful. I'm sorry to hear you were ill last night, my boy, Dr. Craven said, a trifle nervously. He was rather a nervous man. I'm better now, much better, Colin answered, rather like a Rajah. I'm going out in my chair in a day or two, if it is fine. I want some fresh air. Dr. Craven sat down beside him and felt his pulse and looked at him curiously. Now here's a beautiful picture of Dr. Craven, and there's Colin, and there's Mary in the background. And Dr. Craven is taking Colin's pulse. Dr. Craven sat down by him and felt his pulse and looked at him very curiously. It must be a very fine day, he said, and you must be very careful not to tire yourself. Fresh air won't tire me, said the young Rajah, with full confidence. As there had been occasions when the same young gentleman had shrieked out loud with rage and had insisted that fresh air would give him cold and kill him, it is not to be wondered at that his doctor felt somewhat startled by this. I thought you didn't like the fresh air, he said. I don't when I am by myself, replied the Rajah, but my cousin is going out with me. And the nurse, of course, suggested Dr. Craven. No, I will not have the nurse, so magnificently that Mary could not help remembering how the young native princes had looked with his diamonds and emeralds and pearls stuck all over him, and the great rubies on the small dark hand he had waved to command his servants to approach with salams and receive his orders. My cousin knows how to take care of me. I'm always better when she is with me. She made me better last night. A very strong boy, I know, will push my carriage. Dr. Craven felt rather alarmed. If this tiresome, hysterical boy should chance to get well, he himself would lose all chance of inheriting Misselthwaite Manor. But he was not an unscrupulous man, although he was a weak one, and he did not intend to let him run into actual danger. He must be a strong boy and a steady boy, he said, and I must know something about him. Who is he? What is his name? It's Dickon, Mary spoke up suddenly. She felt somewhat that everyone who knew the Moor must know Dickon, and she was right, too. She saw that in a moment Dr. Craven's serious face relaxed into a relieved smile. "Oh, Dickon, of course," he said. "If it is Dickon, you will be safe enough. He's as strong as a moor pony, is Dickon." "And he's trustworthy," said Mary. "He's the trustiest lad in Yorkshire." She had been talking Yorkshire to Colin, and she forgot herself and spoke Yorkshire. "Dickon, did Dickon teach you that?" asked Dr. Craven, laughing outright. "I'm learning it as if it was French," said Mary, rather coldly. "It's like a native dialect in India. Very clever people try to learn them. I like to, and so does Colin." "Well, well, if it amuses you, perhaps it won't do you any harm. Did you take your bromide last night, Colin?" "No," Colin answered. "I won't take it at first." And after Mary made me quiet, she talked me to sleep in a low voice about the spring creeping into the garden. Hmm. Isn't that lovely? Thank you so much for the hearts. Thank you. Thank you very much for the hearts. I hope you're doing well. Say hi. Hmm. In the comments. I hope you're enjoying the secret garden. "That sounds soothing," said Dr. Craven, more perplexed than ever, and glancing sideways at Mistress Mary, sitting on her stool and looking down silently at the carpet. "You are evidently better, but you must remember—" "I don't want to remember," interrupted the Rajah, appearing again. "When I lie by myself and remember, I begin to have pains everywhere, and I think of things that make me begin to scream, because I hate them so. If there was a doctor anywhere who could make me forget you were ill instead of remembering it, I would make him brought here." And he waved a thin hand which ought really to have been covered with royal signet ring made of rubies, like the Rajah's. "It is because my cousin makes me forget that she makes me better." Dr. Craven had never made such a short stay after a tantrum. Usually he was obliged to remain a very long time and do a great many things. This afternoon he did not give any medicine or leave any new orders, and he was spared any disagreeable scenes. When he went downstairs he looked very thoughtful, and when he talked to Mrs. Medlock in the library she felt that he was a much puzzled man. "Well, sir," she ventured, "could you have believed it? It is certainly a new state of affairs," said the doctor, "and there's no denying it is better than the old one." "I believe Susan Soapberry's right, I do that," said Mrs. Medlock. "I'm stopping in her cottage on my way to Twaith yesterday, and I had a bit of a chat with her, and she says to me, 'Well, Sarah Ann, she maynest be a good child, and she maynest be a pretty one, but she's a child, and children needs other children. We went to school together, Susan Salisbury and me. She's the best sick nurse I know," said Dr. Craven. "When I find her in a cottage, I know that the chances are that I shall save my patient." Mrs. Medlock smiled. She was very fond of Susan Soapberry. She's got a way with her, has Susan. She went on quite voluptuously. I've been thinking all morning, of one thing that she said yesterday. She says, once when I was giving the children a bit of a preaching after they'd been fighting, I says to them all, when I was at school, my geography told us as the world was shaped like an orange, and I found out before I was 10 that the whole orange doesn't belong to nobody. No one owns more than his spit of a quarter, and that there's times it seems like there's not enough quarters to go around. But don't you know, none of you, think as you own the world, the whole of it, the whole of the orange, or you'll find out you're mistaken, and you won't find it out without hard knocks. What children learn from children, she says, is that there's no sense. Hold on. No worries, dear one. You take care. I love you. It was lovely seeing you. And maybe tomorrow we can go over those affirmations for creativity with you and with our dear one, Juanita, okay? I love you. Have a lovely day, Winsome Cat. Thank you so much. I love you. I hope you have a lovely day. Thank you so much. Happy day. I'm sending you love and hugs, and Peeps is saying goodbye. Bye. Thank you so much. Well, what children learn from children, she says, is that there's no sense in grabbing the whole orange, peel and all. If you do, you'll likely not get everything, the pips, and then too bitter to eat. She's a very shrewd woman. Indeed, said Dr. Craven, putting on his coat. Hi, Juanita. Thank you so much. I'm so happy you're here. Thank you. I'm going to finish up this chapter and then I'll close, okay? And you come back tomorrow with Winsome Cat and we'll talk about creativity and self-esteem, okay? And anything else that you can think of we can talk about. But I have a whole bunch of really nice affirmations about creativity and self-esteem. Thank you so much. Juanita, I'm using my phone. Can you tell me the time where you are? I can't remember if you're on Pacific Standard Time, but can you tell me the time where you are? Thank you so much. I love you. I hope you have a fabulous day. And I'll see you at Chris Knits, okay? It's 2:23 for you. Okay, I don't remember how many hours. Aren't you 6 hours ahead of me? I think you might be 6. Let's see, go back. 2, 1, 12, 11. You're in Eastern Standard Time. Okay, thank you. I'm going to have to figure out a way to tell time when I use my cell phone. Thank you for telling me. I'm going to finish this chapter and then I'll say a prayer and quit, okay? Thank you so much. 3 hours ahead of you. Okay, so it was 2:30, so 1:30, 12:30. So it's about 11:30 then. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Anita. Giving you a big hug, dear one. You hug Simba for me, and Peeps says hi. Have a happy day. Maybe I'll see you at Chris Knits. Bye. That was so kind of Juanita. She's such a good friend. Let's go back and see the rest. She's a shrewd woman, said Dr. Craven, putting on his hat and coat. Well, she's got a way of saving things, ended Mrs. Medlock, much pleased. Sometimes I've said to her, Susan, if you was a different woman and didn't talk such broad Yorkshire, I've seen the times when I should have said you was clever. Hmm. So I guess in their country, they think that people who spoke broad country Yorkshire weren't as clever. That's not very nice. Hmm. She says, 3 hours ahead of you. Hi, peeps, and I love you too. I love you, dear one. You're welcome to stay, but if you can't stay, you have a happy day, okay? Well, we have a little bit more. We're going to finish this chapter. So nice. That night, Colin slept without once awakening. And when he opened his eyes in the morning, he lay still and smiled without knowing it. He smiled. Isn't that wonderful? Because he felt so curiously comfortable. It was actually nice to be awake. And he turned over and he stretched his limbs luxuriantly. He felt as if tight strings which had held him down had loosened themselves and let him go. Isn't that wonderful? He did not know that Dr. Craven would have said that his nerves had relaxed and rested themselves. Instead of lying and staring at the wall and wishing that he had not awakened, his mind was full of the plans he and Mary had made yesterday, full of pictures of the garden and of Dickon and his wild creatures. It was so nice to have things to think about, positive things to think about. And he had not been awake more than 10 minutes when he heard feet running along the corridor, and Mary was at the door. The next minute she was in the room and had run across to his bed, bringing with her a waft of fresh air, full of the scent of the morning. "You've been out! You've been out! There's that nice smell of leaves," he cried. Here's a picture of Mary running into the room. She looks all pretty and happy, doesn't she? Look at her rosy cheeks. And she's so happy that she burst into the room. Isn't that wonderful? She had a pretty little hat with flowers on it. "You've been out, you've been out, you've been out. There's such a nice smell of leaves about you," he cried. She'd been running and her hair was loose and blown, and she was bright with the air and pink-cheeked through, though he could not see it. "It's so beautiful," she said, a little breathless with her speed. "You've never seen nothing so beautiful. You never saw anything so beautiful. It has come, it has come. I thought it had come that other morning, but it was only coming. It is here now, it has come. The spring is here," cried Mary. "Dickens says so." "Has it?" cried Colin, and though he really knew nothing about it, he felt his heart beat quicker. At the thought, he actually sat up in his bed. "Open the window," he cried, laughing half with a joyous excitement and half at his own fancy. "Perhaps we may hear golden trumpets. Perhaps we may hear golden trumpets." And though he laughed, Mary was at the window in a moment, and in a moment more it was opened wide, and the freshness and the softness and the scents and the birds' songs were pouring through the window. How lovely. "That's fresh air," she said. "Lie on your back and draw in long breaths of it. That's what Dickon does when he's lying on the moor. He says he feels it in his veins, and it makes him strong, and he feels as if he could live forever and ever. Breathe it and breathe in." She was only repeating what Dickon had told her, but she caught Colin's fancy. "Forever and ever," he said. "Does it make him feel like that?" he said. And he did as if she told him, drawing in long, deep breaths over and over again. until he felt that something quite new and delightful was happening to him. Mary was at his bedside again. Things are crowing up all out of the earth, she ran on in a hurry. And there are flowers uncurling and buds on everything. And the green veil has covered nearly all the gray. And the birds are in such a hurry about their nest for fear that they may be too late, that some of them are even fighting for places in the secret garden now. And the rose bushes look as wick can be, and there are primroses in the lanes and woods, and the seeds we planted are up, and Dickon has brought the fox and the crow and the little squirrels and a newborn baby lamb. And then she paused for breath. The newborn lamb Dickon had found 3 days before, lying on its dead mother among the grouse bushes on the moor. It was not the first motherless lamb he had found, and he knew what to do with it. He had taken it to the cottage, wrapped in his jacket, and he had let it lie near the fire and had fed it with warm milk. It was so soft of a thing, with its darling, silly baby face and legs, rather long for its body. Dickon had carried it over the moor in his arms, and its feeding bottle was in his pocket with a squirrel. And when Mary had sat under a tree with its limp warmness huddled up in her lap, she had felt as if she were too full of strange joy to speak. A lamb, a living lamb, who lay on your lap like a baby. You know what? I have a lovely story about the first time I ever held a lamb. It was during the pandemic, and I was working on my friend's sheep farm. I was taking care of an elder who had Alzheimer's, and her daughter-in-law called me up and said, "Jeannie, quick, come to the barn." So I put my boots on, my muck boots, because the floor, the ground was all wet. It was spring, and everything was muddy. And I had my big coat on, and I traipsed out to the barn, and there was a mother lamb. Hi, Elena. So good to see you. I'm reading The Secret Garden, and we're at a very sweet part, and I'm telling about when I first held the lamb. I worked on a sheep farm, and my dear friend Tiny said, come to the barn. I have a surprise for you." And I went to the barn. I put my muck boots on because it was very muddy, and I walked up, and there was a mother ewe with a baby lamb. She had 2 baby lambs, and they had brought her into the barn with some fresh straw and hay. And she picked up the little baby lamb, and she handed the baby lamb to me. And I looked at it, and it was a little baby, and I burst into tears, and my heart was so full of joy. It was so beautiful. It had a little baby face, little baby ears, big eyes, and a little mouth. And it was so soft. Its little fur was downy. It was so soft. It was beautiful. So good to see you. So good to see you. I'm glad you could join us. Can you hit like for me? Like and subscribe. Thank you so much. And so the lamb was beautiful. Oh, it was so beautiful, and it filled my heart with such joy. Well, she says the lamb laid on her lap like a baby, and she was describing it with great joy, and Colin was listening to her every word and drawing in long breaths of air when the nurse entered. She started a little at the sight of the open window, She had sat stifling in that room many a warm day because her patient was so sure that the open window gave people a cold. "Are you sure you're not chilly, Master Colin?" she inquired. "No," was the answer. "I am breathing long breaths of fresh air. It makes you strong. I'm going to get up to the sofa for breakfast, and my cousin will have breakfast with me here." Would you like to see a picture of our little Raja? Would you like to see a picture of Colin on his sofa? Let's see if I can find it. There he is, the little Raja himself, our Colin on his sofa. You see all the books about and the cushions? Yes. Hello, dear one. I'm so glad you can join us. We're reading the we're reading The Secret Garden. Mhm. "Are you sure you're not chilly, Master Colin?" the nurse inquired. "No," was his answer. "I'm breathing long breaths of fresh air. It makes you strong. I'm going to get up to the sofa for breakfast, and my cousin will have breakfast with me." Mm. The nurse went away, concealing a secret smile, to give the order for 2 breakfasts. She found the servants' hall a more amusing place than the invalid's chamber, and just now everybody wanted to hear the news from upstairs. There was a great deal of joking about the unpopular young recluse, who, as the cook said, had found his master, and good for him. The servants' hall had been very tired of the tantrums, and the butler, who was a man with a family, had more than once expressed his opinion that the invalid would be all the better for a good hiding. Hiding means a spanking or a whipping. He needed a good spanking, is what the butler said. When Colin was on his sofa and the breakfast for 2 was put upon the table, he made an announcement to the nurse in his most Raja-like manner. "A boy and a fox and a crow and 2 squirrels and a newborn lamb are coming to see me this morning. I want them brought upstairs as soon as they come. You're not to begin playing with the animals in the servants' hall and keep them there. I want them here with me." The nurse gave it a light gasp and tried to conceal it with a cough. Excuse me. "Yes, sir," she answered. "I'll tell you what you can do," added Colin, waving his hand. "You can tell Martha to bring them here. The boy is Martha's brother. His name is Dickon, and he is an animal charmer." "I hope the animals won't bite, Master Colin," said the nurse. "I told you he was a charmer," said Colin austerely. "Charmers' animals never bite." "There are snake charmers in India," said Mary, "and they can put their snakes' heads in their mouths." "Goodness!" shuddered the nurse. They ate their breakfast with the morning air pouring in upon them from the open window. Colin's breakfast was a very good one, and Mary watched him with serious interest. "You will begin to get fatter, just as I did," she said. "I never wanted my breakfast when I was in India, and now I always want it." "I wanted mine this morning," said Colin. "Perhaps it was the fresh air. What do you think, Dickon? When do you think Dickon will come?" He was not long in coming. In about 10 minutes Mary held up her hand. "Listen," she said. "Do you hear that? Do you hear a caw? Caw, caw, caw!" Colin listened, and he heard it. And the oddest sound in the world to hear inside a house. a hoarse caw, caw, caw. Yes, he answered. That's Sue, said Mary. Listen again. Do you hear a beat? A tiny one. Oh, yes, said Colin, quite flushing. That's the newborn lamb, she said. He's coming. Dickon's moorland boots were thick and clumsy, and although he tried to walk quietly, they made a clumsy sound as he walked through the hallway and the long corridors. Clump, 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 clump. Mm. Mary and Colin heard him marching until he passed through the tapestry door onto the soft carpet of Colin's own passage. If you please, sir, announced Martha, opening the door. If you please, sir, here's Dickon and his creatures. Dickon came in smiling, his nicest, whitest, broadest smile. The newborn lamb was in his arms, and the little red fox toted by his side. Nut sat on his left shoulder, and Soot on his right, and Shell's head's paws peeped out of his coat pocket. Uh-oh, they said peeps. Peep, can you say hi? Did they say peeps and you peeped up? Yeah, that's okay. Peeps, that was funny, huh? Your name is in this book. Colin slowly sat up and stared, and he had stared when he first saw Mary, but this was a state of wonder and delight. The truth was that in spite of all he had heard, he had not in the least understood what this boy would be like, and that his fox and his crow and his squirrels and his lambs were so near to him, and his friendliness, that they seemed almost to be part of himself. Colin had never talked to a boy in his life, and he was so overwhelmed by his own pleasure and curiosity that he did not even think of speaking. But Dickon did not feel that least bit shy or awkward. He had not felt embarrassed because the crow had not known his language and had only stared and had not spoken to him in the first time they met. Creatures were always like that until they found out about you. He walked over to Colin's sofa and put the newborn lamb quietly on Colin's lap, and immediately the little creature turned to the warmth of the velvet dressing gown and began to nuzzle into its folds and butt its tight little curled head with soft impatientness against his side. Of course, no boy could have resisted or helped speaking then. What is it doing? Cried Colin. What does it want? It wants its mother, said Dickon, smiling more and more. I brought it to thee a bit hungry because I knows that thou like to see it fed. He knelt down by the sofa and took a feeding bottle from his pocket. Come on, little one, he said, turning the small woolly white head with a gentle brown hand. This is what thou's after. Thou'll get more out of this than thou will out of the silk velvet coats. There now. And he pushed the rubber tip of the bottle into the nuzzling mouth, and the little lamb began to suck at it with ravenous ecstasy. After that, there was no wondering what to say. By the time the lamb fell asleep, questions poured forth, and Dickon answered them all. He told them how he had found the lamb just as the sun was rising 3 mornings ago. He'd been standing on the moor listening to a skylark and watching him swing higher and higher into the blue sky until he was only a speck in the heights of the blue. I'd almost lost him, but for his song, and I was wondering how a chap could hear it when it seemed as if he'd get out of the world in a minute. And just then I heard something. I heard something far off among the grouse bushes. It was a weak bleating, and I noticed it was a new lamb and was hungry, and I noticed it wouldn't be hungry if it hadn't lost its mother somehow. So I set off searching. I did have a look for it. I went and out among the gorse bushes and around, and I always seem to take the wrong turning. But at last I seed a bit o' white by a rock on top of the moor, and I climbed up and found the little un, half dead and cold and claiming. When he talked, soot flew solemnly in and out of the open window, and cawed remarks about the scenery. Caw! Caw! While Nut and Shell made excursions into the big trees outside and run up and down the trunks and explored the tree branches. Captain the small fox curled up near Dickon, who sat on the hearth rug from preference. They looked at the pictures in the gardening books, and Dickon knew all the names of all the flowers by their country names, and he knew exactly which ones were already growing in the secret garden. I couldn't say that their name, he said, pointing to one under which was written Aquila, but as calls them a columbine, and that there was one in the snapdragon, and they both grow wild in hedges, but these is garden ones, and they're bigger and grander than the small ones in the hedges. The same big clumps of columbine in the garden. They look like a bed of blue and white butterflies fluttering when they cut out. I'm going to see them, cried Colin. I'm going to see them. Aye, that there are, and Mary said Mary quite seriously, and thou mustn't lose no time about it. Well, dear ones, that was chapter 19 of A Secret Garden. I'm so glad that we could spend this time together reading A Secret Garden by Frances Hodgson Burnett. It's a lovely book. We'll read another chapter later tonight or tomorrow morning. I'm so happy that we could be together. Hi, how are you doing? Can you say hi? Can you say hi in the comments? Hit like and subscribe for me, okay? That was The Secret Garden. I'm so happy we could be together. I hope that you have a happy day. I hope you have sweet dreams. If you are ending your day and getting ready to get ready for bed, then you get your covers all cozy. Get your pillow all cozy and get your covers all cozy. You can be all cuddly and cozy. You can have a sweet dreams and have a lovely night. Sweet dreams. Yes, and if you're starting your day, I hope you have a happy day. There's lots of lovely things that can happen in a day. God has good plans for you. Yes, He does. He has good plans for you. Plans for good and not for evil. Plans to give you a future and a hope. That's what Jeremiah 29:11 says. I know the plans that I have for you, says the Lord. Plans for your welfare and not for calamity, to give you a future and a hope. The Lord's got good plans for you, dear one. Hello, hello. You know, sometimes we have sad thoughts, and it really helps if we give ourselves some affirmations and think of some happy thoughts. Yep. So I'm going to give us some happy thoughts that we can have, that we can think of. Okay? And here's some happy thoughts that we can think of. Here are some happy thoughts. I do enough. Yes, you do. You work very hard. You do enough, dear one. I do enough. Yes. I am enough. Yes, you are. You are enough, dear one. I have enough. Yes, you are. You have enough, dear one. Yes. Hello. So glad you could join us. We're doing some affirmations. We just got finished reading The Secret Garden by Frances Hodgson Burnett. Hello, dear one. Can you hit like and subscribe for me so you can find your way back to us? We're just finishing up by saying some affirmations for self-care. I am a work of art. Did you know that you're a work of art, dear one? You are. You are fearfully and wonderfully made. You're made in the image of God. He made you just the way you are. He made you male or female, and you are a work of art. Yes, you are. I am grateful for all that I have. I'm so grateful for all that I have. Are you grateful for all that you have? Sometimes we need to remember to be grateful for all that we have. I love my body and all that it does for me. Can you say that? Can you say, I love my body and all that it does for me? In our story, Colin's learning to love his body. In our story, Mary learned to love her body and to take care of it. She's learning to exercise by jumping rope. She's learning to eat good food and run and play and exercise in the fresh air. She's taking a walk every day in the fresh air. These are all things we can do to show our body that we love it. And saying, I love my body and all it does for me helps us remember that. Here's one that's really special. For me, trust grows slowly and appropriately. For me, trust grows slowly and appropriately. Mary had to learn to trust, didn't she? Yes, she had to learn to trust Martha, and her trust grew slowly and appropriately. And then she learned to trust Ben Weatherstaff, and then she learned to trust the little robin, and she learned to trust Dickon, didn't she? And now she's learning to trust Colin. For me, trust grows slowly and appropriately. Yes. Well, you know what? The thing that's exciting is we have so many things that we need to learn in life. Sometimes when we can't control what's happening in our life, challenge yourself to control the way you respond, because that's where your true power is. Yep. Can you remember that? When you can't control what's happening in your life, challenge yourself to control the way you respond, because that's where your true power is. There's lots of wisdom in that, dear one. Now, sometimes, whenever something happens to us, we need to remind ourselves that it's not our fault. Sometimes we need to say, this is not your fault when something happens. You know, we need to release the need to judge ourselves negatively. We do. God has got good plans for you, plans for your welfare and not calamity. and you're going to have an amazing day today. God's blessing you, and He's bringing all of His joy to you. You can search the scriptures. You can search the Bible for a Bible promise. Yes, you can. Every day you can go before God and look at the Bible, and you can find a new promise in His Word. Now I'm going to read part of Psalm 66. It says, "Shout joyfully to God, all the earth. Sing the glory of His name. Make His praises glorious. Say to God, how awesome are your works! Because of the greatness of your power, your enemies will feign obedience to you. All the earth will worship you and will sing praises to you. They will sing praises to your name. Come and see the works of the Lord, who is awesome in His deeds towards the sons of men. He turns the sea into a dry ground. They pass through the river on foot. There let us rejoice in Him. He rules by His might forever. His eyes keep watch on the nations. Let not the rebellious exalt themselves. Bless our God, O people, and sound His praises abroad, who keep us in life, who does not allow our feet to slip. Do you know that the Lord will not allow your foot to slip? He'll help you. He'll come and keep you safe. Yes, He will. For you have tried us, O God. You've refined us as silver is refined. You brought us into the net. You laid an oppressive burden upon our loins. You made men ride over our heads. We went through fire and through the water, and yet you brought us out to a place of abundance. I shall come into your house with a burnt offering. I shall pay my vows, which my lips uttered, and my mouth spoke when I was in distress. I shall offer to you burnt offerings of fat beasts, with the smoke of rams. I shall make an offering of bulls with male goats. Come and hear, all who fear God, and I will tell of what He has done for my soul. I cried to Him with my mouth, and He has exalted my tongue. If I regard wickedness in my heart, the Lord will not hear. But certainly God has heard. He has given heed to the voice of my prayer. Blessed be God, who does not turn away my prayer, nor His loving kindness from me. So God does not turn His ear away from us. He hears our prayers, and He does not turn His loving kindness away from us, dear ones. You know, the Lord is so good. He is so good. Psalm 67 says, God, be gracious to us and bless us, and cause your face to shine upon us, that your way may be known on the earth, that your salvation be known among all the nations. Let all the peoples praise you, O God. Let all the peoples praise you. Let the nations be glad and sing for joy. For you will judge the peoples with uprightness and guide the nations on the earth. Let the peoples praise you, O God. Let all the peoples praise you. The earth has yielded its produce. God, our God, blesses us. God blesses us, that all the ends of the earth may fear Him. God bless you, dear one. I hope that you have an amazing day. I hope that if you're getting ready to go to sleep, you can get all cozy and be all tucked in, and you'll have sweet dreams. This is Jeannie from Loving Hands ASMR, and I'm wishing you joy, and I'm wishing you clarity, and I'm wishing you peace, and I'm wishing you love, and I hope that you have an amazing day. I hope that you have sweet dreams. You hold the candle, you hold the lantern and light the way, okay? Hello, dear ones. Can you hit like and subscribe for me? I'm getting ready to leave now, but if you hit like and subscribe, you'll be able to come when I come back again, and the notifications, hit notifications, And when I come back again, you'll be able to join me on my live stream. I hope you have sweet dreams, dear one. I hope you have a lovely day. Mm. Sweet dreams and good night. Peeps is gonna say good night. Say good night, Peeps. Have a happy day. I'll see you again soon. Hit like and subscribe so you can join me next time. This is Jeannie from In Loving Hands Counseling and In Loving Hands ASMR. And I'm thinking happy thoughts about you. You have a lovely day, dear ones. Sweet dreams and good night. Happy day.